Yo, we're live again for another session of development of my action-packed action game. So today I'm going to be working on some nice server-side rewind implementation with the S. Implementations, or rather, no, not with the S. Because I don't think I'll be able to complete all of this in one day, or in one sitting, rather. So I did develop some. I did complete some development yesterday off stream. I wasn't really feeling like getting on stream and developing. It was a short session. Pretty much all I did yesterday was implemented shotgun reloads or interrupts, or rather single round reload interrupts. So any weapon that's capable of reloading with a single round at a time, I enabled it so that you can interrupt the reload and fire as soon as you're able to. So for example, right here, this is the change that I made, right? Checking to see if I have ammunition, if the ammunition in my weapon is less than the magazine capacity, and also if I have enough ammunition within basically my inventory, right? If that's the case, let me make sure my stream's running. Okay, so if that's the case, then I reload on the server. I reload using our multicast RPC, right? And the server handles the ammunition, subtracting the ammunition from my inventory and putting it in my weapon, and that replicates to the client. And if I'm locally controlled and I want to fire, then I call this function. Yikes, this is the implementation. I call, let's see, so I call this function right here, which interrupts my reloading, right? And I can show you guys an example of how this will be pretty useful in combat. So this weapon is a shotgun. This is a weapon that is single round reload capable. So when I'm firing, let's just say I'm empty, I missed all my shots, I start reloading, right? Yikes, that's a bug I need to fix. So I start reloading and I can interrupt my reload halfway through, right? I don't have to fully reload my magazine. So you see I have one bullet. As soon as I insert one, I can fire. And even if I have zero, as soon as I start inserting one, if I hold fire, I will fire again. So it's pretty useful, right? Get in combat, put one round in the chamber, and you're able to quickly regain your status of being in a fight and not having to completely finish the reload animation, right? So I think a good weapon that this will look at, it'll work well with, aside from the shotgun, is Kar 98, right? Well, I'm sure like there's one with single round reload. I think this has a single round reload. Let's see. This one he places the whole like clip in there. Let's see if he has one that he places them individually. Yeah, like right here, right? As soon as you place one, you can fire right away. So I think that would be pretty cool. Like you place one and then fire. So this is this will look cool in the game. This would be a cool feature. I also implemented the last thing I did yesterday was I just replicated my shotgun bullet scatter, which is, so if I go to, let's see, raycasts. So right here, I'm getting random locations to shoot my shotgun bullets. And if I go to right here, right, so I'm getting a random location here. Multiple times, however many shots, like they call it shots, like the pellets that each slug has, however many shots are in the shotgun bullet, in the shotgun slug, is how many endpoints I'm gonna get, right, to generate how many like locations I'm generating in the screen for those bullets to fly out towards and further beyond, right? So I can quickly draw a debug sphere, right? I have this I have a helper function right here, so I can just copy this and actually let's do it right here. If I draw a debug sphere, the input parameters are, let's wait for it to, so like the location will be right here. Radius, let's say 1.5. Color, say black. And the duration, I just put 10 seconds. Persistent, no. And lifetime, I'll put 10 seconds. All right. So every time I fire a shotgun, those pellets will be replicated on all the screens basically. But you'll only see it on the screen that fires a shotgun. So I'll grab a shotgun on this character. And we can see that it's replicated if I actually, there's another way. I have another debug sphere that I can draw right here. So we'll see that all the debug spheres are in the same place. So I'll probably just gonna draw 2 of them. That's too far. You see? So all the debug spheres that I drew are replicated. So all the shotgun bullets will fire the same place, shoot bullets at the same location on every instance of the game. Right? The green ones are what you see are these. They're being generated on every instance of the game. Because, you know, this character that's firing is on every instance of the game, right? And the black ones that you only see on this screen are what I'm generating from locally within my combat component right here. Right. So that's what I worked on yesterday, but now I want to work on server-side rewind. So let's get to it. So basically server-side rewind is running best way to explain it is probably would be helpful if I showed a video. Let's see, like this might be a good one. Okay, nice. Thanks for the comment, man. So so like we saw that on, let's see. Okay, that's not a good one because he actually died right there. That's not a good example. Let's see. I'm trying to find a good reference. Maybe I type in COD. Okay, these are. I don't see what I'm looking for. Okay, so I'll just have to explain it. Basically, you're running, right? And you get behind cover. So let's say with this character, right? You're fighting with this character, right? You guys are fighting. And this character on the top is running to the left, right? We're fighting. And this character runs to the left. But on this screen, the character is still like over here, right? So on the bottom screen, the character is still. And okay, you can't really see it because the character is kind of blending in with the background. So I'll move closer. So on the bottom screen, the character is like right here. It shows the character as being right here, but in reality, the character is already up here, right? It's already behind the cover, and the screen on the bottom is shooting his instance of the character, and he gets a kill on the top character, right? So he gets a kill on this character, and on the top screen's character, the character is like, what's going on? I'm already like behind the wall, right? But on the bottom screen, the character doesn't appear to be behind the wall, and that's all due to replication. You know, like replication is basically just when you move, when a client is moving, the client is saying, by the way, this is the server, right? This big screen on the right is the server. So the client is saying, hey server, I'm moving over here, right? And the server is like, all right, I'm gonna move your character, your authoritative character, which is this character right here. The server, which is this game instance, is saying, all right, I'm gonna move your authoritative character, which is this character, to where you're saying you're moving to. And that sets the official location of the character on the server to all other instances of the game, so to all other clients, right? But of course that takes time. So like I communicate with the server, I'm moving, the server receives that update, and then the server says, okay, I moved your character, now let me let everybody else who's playing the game know that I moved your character, so that now they need to also move your character, right? And that takes time, right? So like it takes time for me to communicate with the server, and it takes time for the server to receive it and to communicate to everybody else, including myself, right? That the server moved my character. So when someone with high lag, bad network conditions, is playing the game, so let's say this character has poor network conditions, right? They're playing the game on a laggy network, so the updates that they're receiving from the server are very slow. They're not the most recent update. Well, they're way behind on their updates, right? So let's say they have 10 updates queued, I don't know the word, how to say it, queued. They have 10 updates queued. And they're just now receiving an update of me moving like right here, while in reality I'm all the way over here. They didn't receive this update yet, right? They only received this update, and that's why on this screen they see me right here, but in reality I'm all the way over here, right? So when they kill me on their screen, right, when they kill me, then it can cause complications to the player that doesn't have laggy network connections, because on their end they are all the way over here, right? So that's what that's basically what lag is. A server side rewind is when that happens. So for example, when this character is over here on this screen, this character is right here, right? But in reality the character is over here. Server side rewind is the server after this character that has the poor network conditions, after they kill this character on their screen, they tell the server, hey server, I just killed this character, right? I just killed this character on my screen. I need you to validate that and give me my kill, right? So the server is going to use some magic and rewind time, right? Basically placing this character over here again and seeing if this character actually shot that character that this character said it shot, right? I'm saying it's magic, but it's really just it's an algorithm that basically rewinds, doesn't actually literally rewind time, but it creates an instance of the character or like a replicate of the character, or something that represents the character, and places it at the location with the same rotation it had when this character shot it. And then the server basically creates a fake bullet, and with this character, which is this character, right? So this character on the server is gonna shoot a fake bullet and see if it hits the replicant that the server created, the replicant that is a replicant of this character. And if that happens, then it's a confirmed hit, and this character can get the kill if server side rewind is enabled, right? So if it's being used, and that's how you get that getting killed behind cover, right? Because the server is rewinding time to where you were when you got shot on the laggy player's screen. It can be a big problem if the players who don't have laggy connection, because like we just went through, they die when they're not visible to the enemy, right? When they're behind cover. So it's good in some cases, it's not good in some other cases. A good case that it should always or a great example of when it should be implemented regardless of lag, is if the person who killed the victim, even regardless of whether they have poor network conditions or not, if they're lagging, regardless of whether they're lagging or not, so regardless of whether this character is lagging or not, if this character is using a sniper rifle, I believe, and according to what I learned, server side rewind should always be enabled on snipers, right? Because it takes skill to get sniper kills, and even if you kill someone who's behind cover, right, as long as there's no kill cam, they'll just think they got sniped from somewhere. Right? So having sniper kills being server side rewind enabled is a great example of when it should always be enabled, right? So that's what we're going to implement today, or rather start implementing. I don't know if I'm going to complete the whole server side rewind implementation today, because I have to implement it for my shotguns and my projectile weapons, as well as raycast weapons that aren't using the bullet scatter, which is those green things, those green debug lines. So like those are only generated with raycast weapons, right? So let's get to it and start implementing this beast of an algorithm. And before I do that, I actually need to, if we see I have a time right here, right? I need to actually implement that first. I need to sync the client times to the server time, right? So they all have the same time, so that when the server rewinds the time backwards, all the times are synced, so they all have the same time. They're all using the server's time, right? I need these clients to use the server time. So let's do that first. We'll create and this is just temporary. Of course, I don't have actual game modes like team deathmatch or control or anything like that, demolition. So I'm just gonna create a temporary timer that's eventually gonna be set in the game mode when I have game modes, right? So let's do this right now. Okay, so first things first, I need to go to the widget and bind the timer to a C++ variable. So let's do that. So we can have a visual representation of the timer. And okay, so this is the timer, and it seems like this pack that I purchased, the timer looks like it's an actual like blueprint. Not quite sure. It says timer, so I need to find, let's see, compass. Here it is. So it's the actual timer that they set, right? I guess the person made it like this, so I can use this one timer. I can just paste this this blueprint within any class, any HUD class that I have, right? So, and I believe that's why the radar is like this as well, right? So I can paste this in any HUD class, right? And I believe the compass is like this as well. Yeah. So what I need to do is I need to bind these functions to, let's see, I don't know if I want to create another C++ class for this timer. I probably will. Let's see. Let me close all these extras. Okay, so we're going to go to HUD, and this is the current class that I'm using for my HUD. So I think what I want to do is create a different one for the timer and a different one for, no, I don't think I want to do that, because then I'll have to keep creating the widgets, right? I'll have to either calculate the location to put it if the widget doesn't have a canvas panel, and I want to use I don't want to use I don't want to use a lot of canvas panels. I don't want to keep stacking them on top of each other. So I think I'll just create it here. I'll leave it here. So what I'll do is I'll just see if I can copy. I'll copy this right here, timer, and I'll delete this, and I'll paste the timer here and just reposition it. Right, so like right here. I believe that's a good place to put it. So like 90 and 370. Oh, let's try 320. And that's actually, so 95 looks good. And we can quickly like check it out. It looks alright. Maybe even I can put it even down here. Like I could put it like on the bottom. Okay, let me, like right here. Maybe that'll look better, because when I have teams, then the teams would be under, right? So let's try that. We can put it right here. And I actually want to see if I could make it a little bigger. And I think that's good. And we can move them all over. right? So let's see. Yikes. Let's try 5 and 0. Yo, Bong Wang. What's up? What's happening? I'm just here working on my game. Pray you're doing well. Let's see what happens when I change the padding, right? Okay, let's not do that. What I want to do is I want to move these like more to the center, but I'm not a UI guy, so I'm just winging it. Trying to figure this out. Maybe I'm not doing this correctly. Let's see how let's see. Let's try padding to the left. Let's try 10. Yeah, okay. So I need to do it to 10. Let's do 10. All right, that's a lot better. And let's remove this 5. Right. And I actually want to, let's try 30. Because I want to make this a bit bigger. Right. And we can increase the size to, let's try 30. All right. Same with this. Let's increase the size. Let's try 30. And let's move these back a little bit. So let's try 20. Yikes. Let's not do that. Let me try 20. Okay, 15. Okay, let's try 5. And for this one, we can try 5 as well. And yeah, well, let's try 5 as well. So, and we can make this, actually let's move them back a little bit so I can have some space, right? So we'll give it 10. And then we'll make this box a bit bigger. Like that. And I think that looks good. And then what I'll do is I'll put, if there's a, this is like a team-based, this is like team-based and not free-for-all, I'll have like a team's score thing down here. So let me move this down a little bit more. Let me see how this looks like in game. I think it looks alright. I can move it down a little bit more. Just being picky now. I could polish it later, but let me move it a little bit more to the left and right here. And all right, I think that's all right. Yeah, that's okay. And let's just make it a bit smaller right here. I'm not sure what this is. Oh yikes, I forgot. I have these, the team scores. So I actually have team scores here. I need to actually render opacity. Right, so I have these right here. So this is what I was talking about. I need to move these right under the time, right? It's like right here. Let me see how this looks. And I could move this time right on top of it, right? And make it a bit smaller. How long have I been learning C++? C++ is my favorite language. Yeah, C++ is great, man. It's definitely a fun language to learn. I've been learning it for an unknown amount of time. I don't like saying how long I've been learning it because everyone learns at a different pace, right? Different speeds. So, but I've just been learning it, studying it consistently. So all that matters is you're consistent and you don't procrastinate. But yeah, it hasn't been, yeah, that's how long I've been learning it, an unknown amount of time. Sorry, mate, I don't want to release that information. Right? I'll hide that again. But yeah, just keep studying and you're good. Make sure you're learning from nice teachers, and that's really all to worry about. No reason to compare yourself to anybody else. Alright, so I need to bind these digits to this HUD, this class right here, and they're called timer minutes and timer seconds, right? So, and there's an image for the timer, and this actually reminds me that I need to. I'll come back to your live in 15 minutes. Hey, no worries, Fong. No worries. Thanks for stopping by. And I'll see you if you come back in 15 minutes. So, I actually want to insert a health, what is it called? Health icon right here. And I have one that let's see. This one right here. So I'm gonna download this. And it's taking a while. Okay. FAYR. And we can just save it in here, right? Health icon. Okay, so we have the health icon. Let us implement it. Let's see. Should be right. Okay, I need to import it. Here it is. So let's create, or rather I'm gonna duplicate this right here. call this health icon. And these should not be variables. I'm not using them in Blueprint, so let me make sure they're all unchecked. I didn't implement these yet, so just gonna uncheck these because I'm not using them in blueprints. Let's see. Alright, go ahead and save that. And now we can health icon. Let's put it like right here. And increase the size. Let's try 70 by 70. And we could change the image to this image right here. And let's try 40 by this looks alright. This looks good. Let's see how it looks like in game. Let me move it a little bit to the right. Right. 370 minus 370. I think that's good. And I can, yikes, I didn't mean to do that. I want to decrease the padding on these a bit to move them over to the left. So let's try 15. Well, let's try 5. Yeah, I think that looks a little better. I can move them down a bit so they're evenly aligned with the number. And I could try 5. It's a bit too much, but I think that'll work. Let's see. Yeah, that looks good. Alright, let's go ahead and implement this timer. And let me minimize all of these. I want to put this on top. I want to put the timer on top of the, I want it to be like on top. I mean, it doesn't really, see, because I Looks like these lines are going on top of it, so I want to put it on top. So I'm trying to look for right here. I want to put it right under. Okay, that's better. And let me try to change this to 5, or rather -5. -2. Okay. Alright, no more UI. Wait, let me check the timer, make sure it still looks good. Alright, I'll reduce the time, make it go down a little bit. Right. So I'll put the position Y to 9, let's try 940. Rather 950. 970. Alright, I think that looks good. And okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So this is called timer minutes, and this is called timer seconds. So need to declare and bind these. Let's see, I need a utext block. Okay, so we have this right here. Copy this. And I can probably just use one. I don't need this colon right here, right? I could just call it timer and just use one function, one binding, right? So I'm gonna actually just call this timer. Okay. Timer digits. Okay, and I'll name this timer digits. X. So this has the same name as this, so we're binding this to this, and this is this one will include the semicolons or the colon. Wait. This will include the colons and the other digits. So let's create this. We need to get a getter for it. We can call this get timer digits, right? And I'm gonna close these because I don't need them right now. Okay, so we need to access what's gonna set this is gonna be the player controller. So we need to access the player controller, and we can do that. I will end up creating another player controller class that inherits from this, but I can save that until after I'm finished with the combat system. Alright, so the player controller is gonna set the timer, right? So let's create a function for the player controller. And we can call this function void set HUD timer. Set HUD. Let's call this game duration. Game duration, set HUD game duration timer, right? And I actually need to, I want to rename this to game duration timer. Game duration timer, right? And of course, since I renamed it here, I have to also rename it here. Okay. And this is gonna take, so we're gonna set this. I'm not sure how I'm gonna implement it yet, so let me just start implementing it. And I'm pretty sure it's gonna take some input parameters. Go to core. I'm gonna fully qualify it. Add declaration in this CPP file. Okay, so set HUD game duration timer. So how are we gonna set this, right? That's the question. So first of all, we need to make sure that the HUD is valid. Right, if the HUD is valid, then we're gonna access the HUD and call this same function. We're gonna create this function in the HUD and call this here. And this function is gonna have to take a const float reference, and it's going to be called, I want to call this game duration time. Actually it's fine, we can just call this the variable that's gonna be placed into here is gonna be called game duration time, right? And let's go ahead and declare this function in the HUD. So we know that this function is also going to need this input parameter. So let's go ahead and copy this and paste those within the input arguments. And we can go to the HUD and create this function here. And it's going to be a, this is a, no, this is the wrong class. I thought I pressed HUD. Right, this takes me to, I need to go right here and like click on this, right? So I can go to the HUD class that I'm accessing right here. Yo, Auditore. Hey, how's it going, man? Hope you're doing well. It's a brand new day, so of course gotta do some development. So that's all we're doing right now, is some development, man. Hopefully things are going well for you. Things have been going well for you since the last time I spoke to you. We can go to the class file and copy this. This is a virtual void. We're gonna copy this in here, and we can copy this here and copy this whole function and go to the combat folder, go to the HUD, and gonna override it in here. So let's fully qualify this by including it right here. Right. Okay, so things are qualified. Don't find you. Yeah, I'm doing well, man. Just staying positive, aiming to stay positive and aiming to do as much as I can and control as much as I can, and the things I can't control in my life, just pray on it. Pray on them, right? And you gotta get back to grinding on your stuff too. Yep. Yes. Gotta stay focused. Gotta stay undistracted. You know, gotta have a goal in mind. Otherwise, it's easy to stray off from what's important, right? So this function here that sets the HUD timer, we need to pass something in here that's gonna get passed into the HUD, right? So we need to get the timer, get the game duration time. To do that, we need to get the server time. Okay, so we need to get the server time, and let me think about this. So we join the server in the lobby. The server transports us to a map. The game starts, right? So I need to, the earliest that we can set the timer on the client is, there's an inherited function called, let me just check. It's called player received, I think. Unless it was received player or player received. Okay, it's called received player. Call after this player's controller's viewport / net connection is associated with this player controller. So this is exactly what we want. It's the earliest we can set the HUD, because it's saying this is the earliest that the this player controller's viewport is set, or the net connection associated with this player controller is set. So as soon as we join the lobby or the match, this would be called. So we want to override this and set the time here. Auditoria, I'm working on an old AI chatbot I used to work on, trying to make it more sophisticated. The code documentation is awful, so here I am trying to fix it. Old AI chatbot. Can't be that old if it's AI, right? Because AI has just recently started booming. But yeah, I hear you on the documentation. When was the last time you worked on it before, like today? And do you have like a release out that someone can test out, or is it just like a private project? So let's override. We're gonna override this right here. And let's define this in the player controller under onPossessed. I'm gonna call super received player, right? Gotta call the official function. And then within this class, I'm gonna need to create another class, another function rather, that's going to get the server time and all that. So within this class, this is gonna call as early as possible when we join the game. To set this this right here. But to set this, I need another function that gets the server time and gives us the server time, so we have the official time of the server. So to do that, I'm going to create a function that's called request server time, or rather request official server time, right? And this is not going to take any inputs. So, and this function is going to, let me define it. This can be a protected function, right? Actually, this can be a private function. So I'm actually going to create a private section and declare this function here. And I'm not sure I'm gonna have to override this. I don't even know if I spelled that official right. I feel pretty dumb right now. Yeah, I spelled it right. Well, this chatbot isn't super sophisticated. No neural processing yet. Right now, I'm working on making it public. It's private right now. I'm working on making it public. Gotta get a good product out somehow, you know. Yeah, for sure, man. I hear you. Yeah, you definitely have to get a product out if you're a developer, right? That's the whole point of developing. You have to get something out there into the world. How long have you been working on the chatbot? What language are you using? So we're gonna call this function up here as soon as we start the game, or as soon as we connect. Request official server time, right? Within this function, we're going to get a reference to the world. So a uWorld pointer is needed. I'm gonna say we're gonna declare this with world. We're gonna name it world, and we're gonna initialize world with get world, right? Then we're gonna check if world is valid. If world is valid, then we're going to create we're gonna declare a local const float named, and it can be reference. And I'm gonna have to go back through all my code and reference everything that we are referencing, right? And it's gonna be called world, or rather the name of this function is current client, time of request to server. Time of request to server. Time of request to server for official. I don't want to make it too long, but who cares? For official server time, right? So it's a const float reference named time of request to server for official server time. And we need this because we're gonna have to calculate the time it takes for us to communicate with the server and for the server to communicate back to us. So we need that time, that trip time, complete trip time, for us to get the notification back from the server and us to communicate to the server. And we can use that to for the server side rewind, as well as for setting the HUD time. So the time request to server for official time is going to be initialized with world get time seconds, right? Hold on, what does get time do? Returns the, okay, that's not what I want. Get time seconds, right? And it's gonna return a float that we can use, or it's a double, so right. And we're gonna initialize this function with the time that we send this request to the server. Add a typo there. So after we get this, we can create another function. That's a server RPC. So let's create a server RPC right down here. This is gonna be called server request official server time. And we can fully qualify this. I don't have a network region. I do. It's on the public. I want this to be private. So I'll just put it right here for now, and I'll organize it later. Right, server request official. Server request official time. And it'll be, have to give it a U function macro with server reliable. Julian Papa Lias, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Why are you overusing Pragma regions in your code base? No, I don't know why you say I'm overusing it. It's for organization, right? So I organize my code this way. Everyone codes differently. This is how I code. I use it for organization, so I don't have to look at all the code at one time. For example, right here, I just only have visible what I want to look at, right? It's created this way for a reason. They have regions, so you can close regions and open them. You don't have to use namespaces. You can use pragmas. That's why they have the regions. That's why this function capability is here, right? So you can close a region, you can open a region. So pragmas are used for compiler specific behavior, like turning off features, etc. I hear what you're saying, but they also have regions, right? Like they have specific a region functionality that you can use. End region, you can declare your region and the end of the region, and you can sort out your code this way. There's no absolute correct answer to how to sort out your code. There's no rule book telling you you have to use namespaces. every coder, every developer writes code however they feel comfortable, right? And Audiatore, you say you're writing in Java. Been working on it for a few months. Got burned out. Took a break for a few months. Now I'm coming back to it. Been at it for a couple of weeks now. Heck yeah. That burnout's real, man. That burnout's real. Yeah, it's good that you're back. You're back at working at it. Because when I was working on this project last year, I did take a break. I forgot. I took a break for, I think it was a month or so. Because I was burned out. So I was burned out and I was at a very low point of my life. So I took a huge break because I didn't care about anything. And this project was kind of time consuming and I wasn't thinking about the game at this time. So I just took a break. I didn't have the goal of releasing a game with it. So now since I have a goal, it's kind of harder for me to take a break because I have an end goal in mind, right? So I think having goals really helps with burnout. But heck yeah, I definitely want to see what you're working on whenever you have a release. Server request official time. So we're gonna request the time from the server here, and we're gonna call this server RPC. And actually we need to pass in the time that we sent this RPC to the server, so we can get it back in the client RPC that the server is gonna send us. So we're gonna create a const float reference, and this is gonna be name of this function is gonna be called time received, or rather I'll just give it the same name. It's a long name, but who cares? Time of request to server for official server time, and I'll call it reference, right? So we're gonna pass this on to the server, and then we're gonna receive it back from the server, and we're gonna call this right here server request official server time. We're gonna pass this in, right? And I'll put some notes on here later. So we pass this on to the server, and when the server receives this, the server is going to communicate back with us, right, using a client RPC. Client receive official server time, and this will actually have two input parameters. The first one will be what we sent, the time that we sent to the server, and we can have another one for the official server time. So we can call this official server time. And let me fully qualify this right here and give it the micro with a client specific, and of course take out the implementation. Yeah, having a vision for what you want the outcome to look like is key. Yes, yeah, having a vision for the end result and having a deadline, so you make sure you stay consistent, right? Having you don't have to have like a complete project deadline, but multiple deadlines that will eventually help you develop that final deadline, right? I think that really helps. So on the server, we're gonna basically do the same thing right here, and we're gonna get official server time, right? And we're gonna pass this in to here. This is the client RPC. We're gonna pass in, actually we need to pass this in first because this is the first input parameter. So we're gonna pass this in, and then we're gonna pass in the official server time. And then here, we're gonna calculate the round trip time that it took for the server to receive our request and for us to receive the server's request, right? And then we can minimize these. So the earliest was right here. We request official server time as soon as we join like a match, or as soon as the viewport is initialized on the server. Well, as soon as our viewport is initialized, we will request the server time, and we will get it. So like this is like the begin play almost, and then every so often we're gonna call this and tick, right? So every so often we're gonna call this, so that we can continuously update our time in case of there's some discrepancy. So I'll create like I'll develop like a threshold timer for this to be called, right? So request official server time is called, and then within this function we can call this function, set HUD game duration timer, right? Or rather, this function will, I'm not sure how I want to implement it yet. I think this function would just calculate the time, right? So I need to think about it real quick. First things first, we need to get let's create a const float, and we can call this round trip time since request of official server time. Okay, and the round trip request, round trip since request of server time, of official server time. To calculate this, we have the time that we sent the request, and we have the time we received it. Right, so we have the time we sent it, and then this is the time the server we sent it. So we need to calculate the time that we received it, right? So let's put this right here, and we can call this time received official server time. So time received official server time from server, and we're gonna initialize this with get world get time seconds, right? And now to calculate the round trip time, since we have the time we received it and we have the time that we sent it to the server, we can round trip time since request of official server time. This can be initialized by getting the time that we sent, that we requested the server to send us its time, minus, or rather, the time we received the result from the server, minus the time we requested it, right? So this would be the round trip time since request of official server time. And then we can I want to create a member variable to store. I don't need to. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need this for server side rewind. So I'm gonna create a variable for that stores like the single trip time that the server took to message us or to notify us. To do that, I need it's not gonna be a blueprint variable, so I'll create another region for, call this other, and this will be I can delete this from up here, and I'll put another one down here, and this will be called single, hold up, I'll call this time since server sent official server time, right? So this is like the time it took for us to receive the notification from the server after the server sent it. And I'm gonna need this as a getter, so I'll create a, actually I'll handle that later. Actually I know I need it, so I'm just gonna create a getter for it now. This is public, create another region, and this will be called public getters pragma and region, and this getter will be a force inline, and I'm gonna return a float. I'm not sure it should be a float or a double, but put a float, and we're gonna get this, gonna be const, and we're gonna return this is what we're gonna return. Okay, so when we need this for server-side rewind, we'll have it. Let's go ahead and I mean, as a solo developer, if it's helpful for you to use Pragma regions, then go for it. However, it is a anti-pattern. It is a anti-pattern when using it for code organization, as it doesn't increase readability or quality. Code readability and organization should be inherent in the class variable names. Fragments can be used to isolate out third-party code in some cases. Julian, you're stating a lot of absolutes as if there's only one way to code. It increases readability and quality for me, right? And I've seen professionals use it. I actually learned from a professional who uses it. So what you're saying, it's pretty subjective, right? It doesn't apply to everybody. So I just take that into consideration, that, you know, individuals code differently. If you're a professional and you don't like using it this way, then that's fine, but I know professionals who do. And this is actually how I learned how to use it this way. There's no one way to code, right? Cake Dot, how you doing? Hope everything's going well with you. Welcome. Just working on my stream and game development at the same time. My streaming skills and game development at the same time. So hopefully I can give some knowledge out and receive some at the same time. But welcome to the stream, Cake Dot. So get time since. All right, so what were we working on? Right, we got the server time. We need to set the time since the server sent official server time. Time since server sent official server time. We need to set that here. This is going to be equal to, gonna set this equal to so we can divide this by 2, because that's, I mean, it's not gonna be exact, but it's a two-way trip, right? So we communicate to the server and the server communicates back to us. So this round trip time can be divided by 2 or multiplied by 0.5. But we could just divide it by 2. And now, since we have this official server time, in the end, all that matters is your own productivity and how your game is coming about. Yeah, exactly. For sure. You're definitely right, Kick Dot. You're definitely right about that. And of course, if you're working on teams, like you have to take into consideration, like, what coding structure the team prefers, and if the team prefers not to do it this way, then, you know, majority wins in that case. So you have to be a team player and use their coding structure. Like, some people don't like using underscores. I worked with professionals who don't like using it, so I had to change my coding for his project, right? Actually, it was just one professional. So I said professionals, but it was just one professional. He didn't like using these underscores, so I had to take them all out, right, of my code, and I had to write code without the underscores. So it's just, it depends on the environment that you're working in. So also, so we got the time since server sent official server time. We initialized that. Now we need to set the game time, right? Because we need to pass it in here, right? And I might have to change this because it's a timer. So right here, after we get the server time, we want to get the delta, which is basically the difference between the server time and our time, right? So let's create a const float reference. Well, I don't know if I want it to be a reference, but yeah, because I have to take a call, guys. Sorry. Like, sorry about that. So, all right. So we need to get the delta between the client server time and the client time and the server time, right? So call this we create a, actually let me, I don't know if I want to make this a public, I mean a variable, but yeah, let me just make this a variable. And this can be called difference between server. So we know the server has the authoritative time. So yeah, so difference between, not sure, like when you say difference, I'm not sure if it matters which one you put first, but I really don't know. Difference between server time and client time. Right. And we can initialize this to, this can be official server time minus this right here, right? So now we have the time whenever this is called and this is set. We'll have the time duration, we'll have the time amount that we can offset, or rather adjust our timer locally based off of the difference between our time and the server time. So right here, when we call set HUD game duration timer, we're gonna pass this in, and that means that I need to actually change this name to, let's change this to, actually yeah, I actually need to add a different another input parameter, because I'm gonna have to pass this in as well. And we're gonna use this value to offset the game duration time, right? So we can create another variable for the input parameter and just call this reference. And actually this actually needs to be a reference as well, right? And I need to actually create, now this is not the right way to do it, but I'm just doing it just so we can get something on the screen. The game mode should actually be the one setting the game duration time, right? I don't have game modes yet, but once I start implementing that, then I'll move the variable over to the game mode, and each game mode will set its own match duration time. So I'm just gonna copy this real quick and I'll put it right here, game duration time, and I'm just gonna put it for 4 minutes. So that, how many seconds is that? 60, 120, 180, 240, 240, right? And it's gonna be a float, and I'm gonna just put it, I'm gonna put it as a const float just so I don't change it because it's not gonna be final, but just for the as I develop. And I'll put a note here. Right, so when I come back and look at this, I'll be able to, I'll remove it. MATCH, and looks like I initialized this incorrectly. And just change this. And I also have to change the I have to change all these functions that's using this. So yo, Dar1U5, yo, welcome to the stream. Thanks a lot for thanks for the kind words, man. I wish I was awesome. I'm just trying to be successful with something, right? So hey, you may think I'm awesome, but just like you, man, just like you, I'm just like you. Nothing special about me. You're awesome too. And I'm not just saying that just to be nice. Like, we're all human, we're all the same species. There's nothing different about us, as long as we all have different skills, right? So that's the only thing I can say is different about us, apart from our appearances. I think we're all born like with different skills, right? And we're all good at some things, others are good at other things, but ultimately we're all awesome, we're all human. We all have our share in the world and what we can provide the world with, right? And some people are good at entertainment, others are good at, you know, other things like art. I guess art is a form of entertainment. So yeah, some people are good at entertainment, others are good at, you know, more knowledge based activities, such as like, you know, development and like being a mechanic or whatever, specializations, right? But at the end of the day, we're all awesome. I can't really articulate what I want to say because my mind is trying to concentrate. I'm not trying to lose my train of thought and this developing this. So I hope I'm pretty clear with what I'm trying to say. So I need to update this as well. And I need to update not another call. I'm sorry guys. All right, I'm back. So let me update this as well. And this is the master class. This is the controller. This is the HUD. Let me move this over here. And I updated it here. Now I need to update it in the class that inherits from it, which is right here. And right here, right? And now we can, I think we have the implementation down. I want to do a quick compile to make sure I don't have any errors. And then I'll move over to the HUD file and implement the timer. So let's compile real quick. Okay, I got a good bit of errors. Let's see. Header 83. Of course, I forgot the semicolon. And 161. forgot another semicolon. All right. Let's see. Saying I'm missing something else. Server request, server time, identifier not. Did I not fully qualify it? Thought I did. Server. Oh, I think I changed the name. I did. Okay, that's it for the errors. Or not. Seems like I have another error. I think I changed that. Wait. I didn't read the error. I think it said. Did I miss another semicolon? Let's see. I think it's because I added the. Nope. What is it saying again? It's saying I'm missing before the identifier 211, right? I did forget a semicolon. Making some noob mistakes. I'm making a lot of noob mistakes. And of course it can't be a double. But it has to be a double. So I will just to be safe, I'm just gonna change all these to doubles. But then I have to change these to doubles as well. And that means I have to change everything else to a double, right? And I'm pretty sure this should solve any issue. Okay, I got more errors, bro. Overloader myth not found in animation entertainment controller. Yep, I definitely have to work on my streaming and development skills because I'm making mistakes after mistakes. So let me change these back, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna resolve that one issue that I had that I didn't. Double right here. All right, so that issue was 223, right? It's saying I can't. Saying this has to be a double. So if I change this to a double, I wonder if it's gonna compile. All right, that was all I had to change. So since this is resolved, we can go ahead and implement the HUD. And I can just steal some. I'm gonna steal some code from right here because most of them are the same. Most of the code's the same, right? So we're gonna check if the firefight in-game widget is valid, and instead of getting armor, we're gonna get game duration timer. And we can delete these, right? So we have the match duration time, and we have the difference between the server time and our time, right? Before I do that, this has to get called from So we're calling this every so often in tick, and we're also calling it as soon as we receive like a valid, as soon as this is called, which this is only called as soon as our viewport is set and we're connected to the server, right? So as soon as we're connected to the server and our viewport set, this is gonna get called. And then every so often I want to update the timer. I want to update like these variables, right? Because we're passing them in here. We're gonna have to pass them in here, right? So every so often I want to request the official server time, and let's see, and then here I'm going to call this right. So after we get the variables, we're gonna just set it, and we're gonna set it with, we need the match duration time. Ultimately this will be called from the game mode, but since I don't have a game mode for this right now for development, I'm just setting it right here, right? So we're gonna pass in the match duration time, and we're also gonna pass in the difference between the server time and the client time, which is right here. So every so often we're going to call this, and this is just for development, so I'm not gonna actually create a threshold to update the timer. Hold on, I actually I don't have to call this in here. I can call this, can be called every so often in tick. Oh, I'm sorry, this can be called every so often in tick, which will ultimately lead to this being called. But as far as updating the HUD, we can call this in tick, right? Because we have these are member variables, right? And so we're gonna update, we're gonna get the latest from the tick, and then we're gonna update. But we're not gonna do this every frame. This just sets the, this just contacts the server to get the difference between the server time and our time. So if there's any discrepancy, we'll just fix that. But ultimately the timer will be running every tick, right? So I need to create a threshold to have this set, and this threshold is going to be called, let's see, put this right here. Currently installing Java FX right now, which is what I need to learn to set up GUIs. Man, I know nothing about GUIs except for what Unreal provides, and that's pretty much nothing, right? So you're learning C++ and Java simultaneously? What do you think about the two, if you had to compare the two languages? Because I don't know anything about Java really. Auditory. If you had to compare the two languages, what would you say about them? Where am I? Oh yeah, I'm creating a threshold, right? And I can actually make this a blueprint variable so that we can edit this within the controller class. And this will be, I'll just copy this. And yeah, this is lag compensation, and we can call this update this, update difference between server time and client time threshold, right? And I'll say I want to do this like every 7 seconds. So for the sake of, yeah, I'll say every 7 seconds. And then I'll create another variable that's not blueprint editable. And this will be of the difference between server time and client time. I'll call this running time, right? So in tick, we're going to set this equals delta time, right? And then we're gonna check if this is greater than or equal to 7 seconds. In this case, we'll call this. And then after we call it, we're gonna set this equals 0, right? So every 7 seconds will update, and I could just put a note. Update the server, update the time difference between the server's authoritative time and the client's local time. And I actually wanna, if you're the server, I don't think you should be doing this, right? Yeah, so seems like what is this? Expected code, right? Yeah, if you're the server, you shouldn't have to update your own time, right? So I'm gonna put a check here, and let me see if I have a reference to my character. I don't think I have a reference to my character. I think the player controller has a function. Let me see if is. I'm not sure if it has like a locally controlled and authoritative function that lets you check. Oh, it says local player controller, but the server can have a player controller as well, right? So, but I only want to do this if you're not the authority. So we're not gonna do this on the other. So like, the server has like instances of characters on itself, right? So we're not gonna do this on these two. We're only gonna do this on this one because this is the server. That's what this function is saying. If is local player controller, this is only this one, right? Not these two. But also don't want to do this on the server itself because the server doesn't need to update its own time based off of the time difference between itself because it is the server. So, but I don't know how to check if is local player and let me check the controller class authority okay, I can use based off of this note that I just quickly seen. I could check this, right? So if I'm a local player and I don't know if I need to get it. I've pointed to my character, net roll. Is it gonna let me use it? Alright, nice. It lets me use it. I think type name is not allowed. Net roll equals net roll. Check authority. Okay, so I want to do it if it's not authority. But I think I need a reference to my character. So alright, for development, until I set a reference to, hold on, I can just quickly get a reference to my character here, I guess, right? So let's do that. Yeah, let's just do that. And we're gonna call this animation entertainment character, and then we're gonna forward declare it. And on possess, let me see what I'm doing in here. I'll set it in. This is the earliest that we'll get a reference to our character, so I'll do it in here actually. I'll say this equals a cast to this type, and we're gonna cast this, and let me get the include to the character. I don't know if I have one in here. I don't have one in there, so I'm just to make it so I'm not searching forever. I'll just get one from the character folder right here. Just steal this because I'm not typing all that, and we can include this. Right, and so we have access to the character, and then right here I can check if I'm the local player and this is valid, and instead of checking the net roll, which I can still check, if you guys want to know how to check this, you can just write get net roll, right? You can either do it this way. I believe this is the function, if I'm not mistaken. It's not. Let's see. It's a getter function. Get what is it? Net roll. I forgot the name of the function. It's a getter function that returns the net roll. I think I just used the like this, right? Okay, I don't know. I forgot the syntax. But basically, you get this from the character, and you check it. Actually, let's find out real quick because I actually want to figure it out. Unreal Engine 5. Oh, I think it's get local roll. Yeah, get local role. So you get your local role, and you check to see if you're the authority, right? And if you're the authority, then you're the server. But I don't really like using this. Instead of using this, the fast way is just saying has authority, right? It's a lot faster. It's the same thing. So I want to see if this is valid. If this is valid, and I'm not the server, only then do I want to do this. Right. I'll put a note here. Only get the time difference between the client, the local client, and only get the time difference between the local client time. Oh man. Between the local client time and the server's authoritative time. If this controller is not owned by the by the server, right? It's not owned by the server. So only get the difference between the local client time and the server's authoritative time if this controller is not owned by the server. Okay, but regardless, we're gonna update the timer. So I'm not sure if I can cast a pawn to an actor, but we'll check it out. I'm pretty sure you can. And let me compile real quick before we set the HUD timer. Hey Hamza. Hamza, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. CPP 431. Seems like I messed up something when I fixed something. Combat system, firefight HUD CPP 431. Right here. I didn't. Let's see. All right. An auditorial on C++ is better in terms of syntax and performance. Java is great if you want the cross-platform applications and not have to worry about porting things over to different platforms. Both languages have their strengths and weaknesses. I understand. It crashed because I made some changes, some significant changes. Okay, I understand. So Java is better for like multi-platform coding. Wait, so C++ should be able to do that as well. I know it's not known for that, so I guess that's what you're saying. It's not a strength. Yeah, you're right. Definitely right. I didn't know. Hold on. I know C++ is known for its performance, but you have to keep in mind memory and crap. So that's a weakness. If you don't want to deal with memory, then then yeah, Java sounds like it's better. Right. I'm not sure what C++ would be used for in terms of Like for example, the Facebook app. What was C++? What is C++ used for in that app? Right. Trying to find like a common use case for it. That's not. It's not out of the ordinary, you know. Okay, so we have to set the timer here. So let's go ahead and do this, and then server-side rewind can be on the way. So once we update the time here, we should see it update on the screen, right? So to update the time, we do need to. Okay, so we have the match duration time right here, right? So this is the time. It's 4 minutes, right? So we need to make this subtract. We need to count this down, right? Every second it needs to be like subtracted, and we also need to sync it to the server time, right? So let's see how are we gonna so this is set to 4 minutes, and we need to decrement it. This is called in tick. So I think the first thing to do, we need to get this in minutes, right? And I get it in seconds, and then see what that looks like. So if we get this in minutes and seconds, let's do that real quick. We need to declare 2 integers for minutes and seconds, and so let's take it one step at a time, right? So we're gonna create 2 unsigned int32s. This one's gonna be called minutes. Minutes on timer, right? And we're gonna get the seconds in the form of integers, right? Because the timer they're just numbers, right? They don't know which one's seconds and which one's minutes. So we got minutes on timer and seconds on timer. And what we want to do is get this and actually I think I'm overthinking this. I think I can just actually I should just be able to subtract this from the current time that we have. So we get the, let me see, if I create a const float and call this, I think I want to pass that in as well, right? Like the current time. So yeah, let me pass that in as well. So I don't have to recalculate it. It'll be more efficient if I just do it in one place, because I'm already accessing the world, right? But where is it called? We're calling it in tick. So what I can do, because I want to pass in like this right here, or I could just calculate it. And yeah, it doesn't, I just so I don't have to change like every input parameter, I'll just you know, just do it in the HUD class. So right here, I'll say uWorld pointer, and we're gonna call this world again. I'm gonna initialize this to get world. Then I'm gonna check. Let's actually do this up here, and we can check this as well. All right. So as soon as we know if we reach here, world is valid. We can call this current. Let's call this synchronized. I feel kind of stupid. Synced time with server. Synced. Yeah, sync time with server is alright. We can initialize this to world. Get time seconds, right? And what we want to do, because we know we joined the match, we know our time is offset from the server's time, and we know the server's time is the authoritative time, right? So as soon as the server starts its timer, then everyone else starts their timer afterwards. So ours is always lagged a little bit behind, right? So our world timer is a little bit into. So let me visualize this, because I'm a visual learner, right? So we have a timeline, right? The server starts. Let's say the server starts right here, right? The server starts right here. Then everyone else starts, right, at different times, right? So let's just say we start right here. Let's say this is 3. So we are, and we start like 3 seconds. This is seconds, right? 3 seconds after the server starts, which means we're 3 seconds late, right? This is the earlier time. This is the later time. So to synchronize the times, our time right here that we're getting right here is local, is late. So we want to subtract the difference between our time and the server's time to get the sync time. Okay, now that we have the sync time, we have the match time. We can subtract. No, this is the sync time. This is the match time, right? So I want this to count down from 4 minutes. And we have the difference. This is the sync time. Oh no, this is the difference. This isn't this actual sync time. I know this is the sync time. Okay. So we can set this to okay. How do I'm trying to see how to make this count down. Match time versus this. Maybe we can just subtract. Let's just see what this looks like if we print this on the screen. Right, so let's print this on the screen first, and then because I need to visualize it. So we can use these two, right? We're gonna print this as we're gonna get the minutes and seconds from this and print this, or rather let me just actually get this first. Let me comment these out and set text. I'm just gonna set the text real quick. I want to see what it looks like right now. F text. I actually need to format this a bit because I can't just pass in. Right, I need to format a string to pass in here. So, and that's what I'm doing down here as well. So we can create a const f string, and we can call this match duration time string, and we can format this with the format right here. I'm just gonna copy this because right. So we're formatting this with okay, and we see that right here. Let's see what happened. Require widget binding of game duration timer of type text was not found. All right, I changed the name. I forgot. I can just change it real quick. Game duration timer. So right here, we want to format it so that there is two digits, a colon, and 2 digits, right? And to format that, you have to put %02D or %02D, right? So %02D, that's gonna give you like 2 places. This D means like integer. This means like an integer, right? And you're putting 2 digits before the. You're just saying right here that you want 2 digits. I'm not sure how to explain it. And then you put a colon, and then you put the same thing, right? I'm not too familiar with the syntax. It's just formatting. It's a format specific syntax, so, and you probably don't even need like the colon. I'll see how that turns out. I'm gonna have to delete this colon and these numbers because I'm actually printing the colon myself, right? And this is why we need the minutes and the seconds, right? This is why we need these two right here. Right? Because you're gonna put minutes and seconds right here. And this ceil to int right here, this just like floors it down to like the nearest whole number, right? Because you want whole numbers. So let's see, it's saying it doesn't, no instance of overloaded function ceil to int matches the argument list. Okay, I think it takes floats, right? It takes floats. So maybe I don't use this. I don't have to round it down because they are integers. That makes sense. All right. So I can delete. They're already whole numbers, right? And then right here, I can delete this. Let me delete this. And we're gonna call ftext from string, and we're gonna pass in this string. Right, but we're just setting like, we're setting 0 on it, and it's already, it says 99, so it should update to 0. So let's see. 55 HUD 431. I need saying it right here. So this needs to be a double. I'm not using it, but it still needs to be a double. Okay, so it updated, right? I'm going to set the match timer and count down from 4 minutes. Okay, so let me. I can delete this, and let's see how this looks like. Yeah, so this is correct, right? And I can actually I can move this over a bit. Like right here. Okay, now I need to figure out how to count down for, I need to, this is the server. I need to count down from 4 minutes. I need to count down from 4. Let me actually update this because it's throwing me off. Where is it? Right here. I'll just put right, just so I know that and we can, if we try it, it'll just update, right? So we know it works because it's updating. Okay, so I can just cheat real quick. Wait, hold on. If I put this minus, so the match time, and we get, so this is our time, and we're subtracting the service time to get the correct time, and then the match, and we're subtracting this time. So let me put a note right here. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Oh man, I was getting lost. So we can say this is time authority. Actually, I should put time since the game started on the server, right? Or I can just put not time since, but rather time that the game started on the server. Time that the game started on the server, and we can subtract this from the match duration, right? And let's see how this works. Now we need to get it in minutes and seconds. To get it in minutes, we can just divide this by 60, right? divided by 60.f. And then to get it on seconds, we can see. We can get this. And subtract the minutes from it. And then multiply that by 60, I think. Let me see. We get this. And I'm not sure if this will work. Minus 6, and we subtract this. So the time since, and let's see. I'm not sure, but about to find out. Seems like I messed up somewhere. All right, the ints, I need to convert them to, I mean the doubles, I need to convert them to integers. So I can use to do that. I'll convert this one first using fmath. Floor to int. That's a 32-bit. Yikes. Floor to int. Right. And since this is converted to an int, then I can do this as well. And let me not put a float right here because we're using it's an integer, right? All right. It's saying because it's unsigned, so I might have to take out the unsigned. Yeah. Let me just take out the unsigned. Now I need to convert double to int32 with 436. Right, this is a double. I guess I can do the same thing here. Okay, I pray this works, man, because yes, thank you, Jesus Christ. So the times are synced. It's looking awesome. Like, yeah. All right. That's freaking awesome. Thanks, Lord. Times are synced. Wait, are they synced? They're not synced. This is 334. This is 330. This is 320. It's like they're not really synced, but they're all right because it's updating every couple seconds. So like right now they're synced, and they go off sync, and then they sync back up, and then they right. So like this sync now. Right. This is the authoritative wait, this is a client. This is the server. I'm looking at the wrong one. So these two are off. This has the authoritative time. I could fix that by, if I go to right here, I could change this threshold. Let's just change it to like 1 second because It's updating every 7 seconds. Let's try 1 second. And let's see how consistent it is. See, this is a 2:19. This shit is updating like every second now, right? The server's at 2 minutes and 3 seconds. The clients are at 2 minutes and 2. So the server's a little bit ahead. 1 minute 55, 1 minute 54. The clients are synced. The server is a little bit ahead. Now they're synchronized. No, they're not synchronized. Let me see. If I change this to 0.1, so like every tick almost. Let's see if this will work. It's not exact. Server's always gonna have like a time difference. Okay, it just compiled, so they're both at 120 and the server's at 117, 115, 117. So yeah, the server's a little bit ahead. It's always ahead. Gonna have to see if I can figure out how to fix that. Okay, 355. Server's at 350. They're at 352. Right? So the clients have the same time, but the server's a little bit ahead, right? The server is like 2 seconds ahead. So when this hits 20, I'm gonna look over here and see what this is. See how far behind the clients are. 22. It was at 23, 22. So it was like 3 seconds ahead. 3 seconds. It's not quite. Look at when this says 3 minutes. I'm gonna see what this says. I'm gonna take a screenshot. Matter of fact. All right, take a screenshot. And this was at exactly 3, and these were both at 3 minutes and 3 seconds. So it's like 3 second discrepancy, right? So I want to make sure that, let me print something here and make sure this is getting updated. Auditore, I appreciate whenever you stream, man. You help me lock in. Hey, heck yeah, man. Thanks for the encouragement. I'm glad that my streaming's helping you lock in and get what needs to be done, right? That's encouraging. Thanks a lot, man. And I'm glad my streams, as I get my work done, you also get your work done. So that's freaking awesome. Heck yeah. Yes, sir. I'm glad I could help, man. You see, we're not synchronizing the time, you know, because we're not printing anything on the screen. So this is not being called, right? So if I take out these checks, I'm gonna have to set this somewhere else. If I take out those checks, we should see exclamation marks every like 7 seconds. Okay, I saw it. We should see it again. $257, $259. It's like a little bit off. Requesting the official server time. Let me check my code. Let me print something here and make sure that we're actually receiving this RPC. Okay, so 323, 322, 321. Server's a little bit ahead, and it should be synced. Receive the client RPC 209, 204. If I just take a screenshot right now and go to Paint, (203), 204. See, now these are not the same. I know we don't live in a perfect world, but I would expect it to be a little, the timer to be not this like far apart. Look, it's already like, this is even worse. Something's wrong, because I should be getting the updated time, right? So the difference between server time and client time is official server time. It's the official server time, which is what the server gives us, right? Let's go to the server. So this is the official server time. We're passing that in. When we receive this, the difference between this server time and the client time is we get the server time and we subtract time received official server time from server, right? So this is later than this. Let me visualize this again because I need to visualize it. So right, this is the timeline. So this is the time we receive whatever the time from the server. So let's say we receive it. The server sent it to us right here, right? So the server sent us the time. Server sent us the time, right? And then we receive it right here, right? So server sent this to us and we receive it. Now the difference, this is in the past, this is in the future. I think I did this math wrong. It should be the other way around. I need to subtract this from this. Yeah, I did this math wrong. Yeah. Let's see how this works. Okay, now they're updated. So my math was wrong. Everything's good now. Now they're synchronized. Completely synchronized. Which is freaking awesome. Heck yeah, thank you so much, Jesus Christ. Feels good to solve that, but now we gotta get on to the beast of the stream, which is the server side rewind. Let's delete. I'm gonna delete this. All right. Server side rewind is the beast of the stream, and we're about to get into that right now. Hold on, I need to fix this real quick because this is not valid for some reason. Maybe I need to cast the first one. I think I need to cast the first one actor, and then so let's say this actor called the character actor, and it's gonna be a cast to actor. So character actor. But I should have checked. I need to first check if this is valid. This is valid. Then I get a character actor. This is valid. Then I'm gonna get the animation entertainment character. From this. And if this is valid, I'm gonna print something on the screen. Debug print. And I don't know why it's attributes are not allowed here. Oh, I put brackets instead of curly brackets. Alright. So if this is on, I just want to see if I get exclamation marks. Okay, so I got the exclamation marks. And also got a negative right here. I didn't see that before. I mean, they are synchronized, but I don't remember that negative being there before. Let me put this back. I don't know why that negative is there. It's probably because I compiled it. Is this working now? Yeah. Nice. So that fixes that problem. I can go ahead and delete this, and I think I want to make a function for this. I don't like code, just whatever, I'll just leave it. It's not a big deal. Let's put a note right here. Get a reference to the character that owns this controller. Okay. So, hey, that problem is solved. Rather, that's like 10% of what needed to be done today. Right. I just want to read this again so I understand what I did right here. So the sync time with server, time that the game started on the server is our time minus the difference between the server time and the client time, right? And then we subtract that from the match duration time. And that gives us time remaining in match. Right. And then minutes on timer is the time remaining on the match divided by 60. And seconds on the timer is the time remaining on match minus, so the time remaining in the match, time remaining in the match so minutes on timer is the time remaining in the match divided by 60. Makes sense because this is a float, whatever number this is, or it's a double, whatever number this is. We're going to divide it by 60 to get the minutes, and then we're going to floor it to the nearest whole number. The seconds on the timer is the time remaining in the match, which is a double. And we're going to subtract the minutes on the timer multiplied by 60, right? Because we divided up here. Now we're going to multiply it back by 60 to get the float value, or rather the whole number value that corresponds to these seconds. And I'm going to flow that to the integer. All right, so because I want to just reinforce this, I'm going to write some notes, because I don't need this, pretty self-explanatory, but basically get the time remaining in the match, then we divide that by 60. That gives us the minutes. Divide, and then we subtract the minutes that we have calculated. Since it's a whole number, we multiply that by 60, which gives us the timer, which gives us the minutes in a float value, not in a float value, but like it gives us the double without the decimal. I'll just put it that way. So actually, let me write some notes. Get the time remaining in the match and divide it by 60. I put it because 60 is how many seconds are in a minute. Get the time remaining in the match and divide it by 60, because 60 is how many seconds are in a minute, to get how many minutes are left in the match. This value has to be rounded down to the nearest whole number, because it is a float. It is a double. So get the time remaining in the match and divide it by 60, because 60 is how many seconds are in a minute, to get how many minutes are left in the match. And and put this value has to be rounded down to the nearest whole number because it is a double, right? And then right here, all right, get the time remaining in the match, right? MATCH, and subtract from it the minutes remaining in the match multiplied by 60. The multiplication has to be done because the minutes are let's see, how do I best explain this part? This is what's confusing me a little bit. So we divided by 60 here to get the minutes. Now we're getting the minutes and we're multiplying it by 60 to get, oh right, okay, so this is how much time passed in minutes. So get the time remaining in the match and subtract it from the minutes remaining in the match multiplied by 60. Right, the multiplication has to be done because it has to be done to get, let me just write because has to be done because when calculating minutes on timer, this when calculating minutes on timer, time remaining in the match was divided by 60. Therefore, we want to get convert the minutes back into seconds. Hence the multiplication. Alright, and this is pretty, and then we're just formatting it. Match duration, time, formatted, format string, right? We're just formatting it. And okay, so there we go. I have to explain to myself what I'm doing because sometimes I get lost. Question, do you think you can become smarter? I feel like an idiot sometimes. Bro, are you kidding me? Like, I feel like an idiot right now. Why do you think I was writing all this code, all the notes? Because I feel so stupid. I literally just wrote this and I had to explain to myself what I was doing, right? I'm telling you, man. Yeah, I'm always praying for wisdom, but yeah, in short, yeah. I think everyone like really beats themselves up, right? When it comes to like how they think about themselves, and if you don't do that, then I don't know. You must must be perfect, but I think anyone can become smarter. And smart is also relative, right? Because there's so many things in this world that someone can know. So in reality, no one's really smart, because there's always something that you don't know. And there's probably multiple things that you don't know, right? So, because you could see somebody who's like really wise or smart in one subject, and they know nothing about something else. So it's all subjective. But in short, yeah, I think we can get smarter, but all wisdom comes from God. Like, compared to God, we're pretty stupid. And I mean, I don't think being smart is, I don't think that's a nice goal to have, because you'll never really be, you might be like knowledgeable in some subjects, right? But I think smart is a broad term that encompasses everything that exists, right? You can be, for example, if I say, "Dang, he's good at math," right? And then someone else says he's smart, like, it's like saying, like, I think when I hear the word smart, it includes everything that exists, having knowledge in everything, right? I think it's better to say, can I become more knowledgeable in this subject or that subject, right? Because you're always not gonna know something. Or intelligent, that's a better word. Like, if you're intelligent, just your thought process, how you think about things, I think that's a better way to put it. You don't have to be knowledgeable in a lot of subjects, but you can be, your thought processes and how you handle things can be structured in an efficient and like effective way, right? You can think about the consequences of your actions before they're committed. You can attempt to foresee into the future of your actions, hence the consequences. You can also, like, I don't know how to really articulate what I want to say, but yeah, I hope this makes sense. Like, I don't think being smart is a good word. Being intelligent, I think that's a better word, and that just comes from, I believe that comes from praying, and also just aiming to think logically, right? Not just act on your impulses, or think about everything that you're going to do before you do it, as well as attempting to think about the actions of someone else before they do it, right? Based off of variables in the environment and whatnot. I can get like really deep. I don't want to get too deep into it, because I'll probably get lost trying to think about what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I think we're all pretty dumb, to be honest, and we learn, we become knowledgeable in some subjects, and in other subjects we're pretty ignorant, right? And that's all determined by your environments and your interest to learn, of course. And of course, IQ comes into play a little bit, but I think intelligence is something that can be obtained, right? It doesn't have to be. It's not like some people are gifted with high IQ, high intelligence, but even if you're not gifted with it, I believe you can obtain it through studying and thinking logically, right? And What else? Studying, thinking logically, and foresight. I don't know the word for it, but like attempting to perceive what will happen based off of your environment and the situation you're in, and as well as having great analytical skills, like being able to analyze something, right? I think those can all be obtained. Yeah, it makes sense. You can be smart in one thing and pretty dumb in another thing. Yeah, of course. Yeah, no one knows everything, man. Like rocket scientists, I doubt they know anything about game development, right? So they're pretty knowledgeable in rocket science. They might be intelligent, right? But then when it comes to game development, they're pretty ignorant, right? So maybe I shouldn't say dumb, but they're ignorant in the matter. And everyone's ignorant in some matters. Always. Unless you're God, then you know everything, right? So you're all knowing, right? So yeah. That's a pretty interesting question you asked. Cause I feel dumb all the time. Even when I'm like writing my own code, man. Like I have to think about what I just did. It's incredible. Alright. Now it's on to the complicated thing. Server-side rewind. This is the gnarly thing of the day. First things first, I'm gonna have to create a component for handling this. Let me move this this image to the appropriate location. It needs to go here. And then we can create a class, and this class can be in intermediaries, components. And I'm gonna name this class. This is gonna be a actor component, right? I'm gonna name this server validation component. It's gonna I'm gonna use this more than server-side rewind. I'm also use this for like validating like on the radar, right? When you fire a gun, like I want you to appear on the radar, right? If your gun doesn't have a suppressor, so the server is gonna validate that and put you at the right location when you fired your gun, because like there's lag, right? So I want the server to put you at the location where you fired your gun, not where you currently are, right? So it's gonna take into account lag and all that stuff for that too. So server validation component is gonna be the name, and I'm gonna place it in this components folder. Intelligence is kind of one of these topics I'm interested in. Some say it's entirely genetic. Some say it's environment, or both. Lots of different views here. I was curious. If I asked you, I hear you. Yeah. Intelligence. Man, I think genetics might have a play in it. I definitely think, regardless of your genes, someone can gain it. Someone can gain intel, right? Intel can be gained, right? Just like in the military, you go out and you seek intel, right? But some intel you already know. But ultimately, you always have to, you gain your intel from something, right? I think it really, like, the rate of intel, of how fast you can absorb your intel and understand it. I think that's what's um genetically driven. So some might take a longer time to understand something than others, which is just reality. But everyone can gain intel, right? Some are just slower than others. So that's just my thought on it. And I'm done with the firefight in-game widget. Got the server validation component opened up, and we can remove that breakpoint. Let us go ahead and start implementing server-side rewind. But before that, I'm gonna have to step away for like 2 minutes because I have to help my family with something. But before I do that, I just want to open up the character class. Right, so we need this. And we need this. Alright. Alrighty. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Auditoria says, honestly, don't see why the speed and rate at which you think can't be increased either. Honestly, don't see why the speed and rate at which you think can be increased either. Yeah, definitely. I agree. I don't see why either. I believe it can. You know, as you practice using your mind more and not just going off of impulses. You know, I believe you will, you know, get better at, you know, analyzing things and using your intelligence, you know, your intellect, you know, using the brain God gave you, right? Listen, I think with practice you can get better at anything, right? It's definitely I think it's definitely a skill, like being analytical and intelligent and whatnot. Everything, I think it's just a skill. You know, some people are just born with some skills, some aren't, but that doesn't mean you can't gain a skill that you weren't born with, right? So I'm with you. I agree with you. I agree with you on that. Okay, this is going to get really interesting. Okay, so I did a lot of studying for this. I did a lot of studying, so I know how to implement it. But I want to make sure whoever watches this is gonna understand what I'm doing. So I'll do my best to explain what's going on. Yikes. I actually want to make this a bit smaller. And move it up. Let me see how this looks like. Move it down a little bit. Let me try 0. Okay, 0 is too low. Try -3. -3.33. Right. Yeah, I think that looks good. Alright. So onto the beast. Server side rewind. Okay, so first things first. I need to open up the character blueprint class. Wrong folder. Right. It's the character blueprint, and I want to switch the mesh out. Right. Okay, let's save this. Okay, we have Quinn here, right? And let's change the character model settings to, it's already set to feminine. All right, cool. All right, so we have Quinn. All right. So the goal is to attach. We want to attach like box components. Like as you see, the sphere component that's surrounding the character, right? What we want to do is we want to attach box components on the character. Same with the sphere, collision box. Oh, collision is there. We want box. We want that to be a box, but we want that box to be on every bone. So we want one box. Imagine this capsule that you see on every single bone, attached to every bone. Not every bone, but like specific bones. And imagine this capsule being a box, like a cube, right? Or rectangles. So like you'll have like let's see. So you have like a rectangle going down in the arm right here, another one going down in the forearm, another one for the hands. No, on each side. You would have like the thighs will have a rectangle, shins will have a rectangle, the feet will have rectangles, and the head will have like a rectangle, a rectangulish cube, I guess, more of a cube than a rectangle. And then you have like one here, like more of a cube here for the pelvis, and then pretty much almost every major body bone would have one. So like the pelvis will have one, and maybe spine 3 would have one, and 4 and 5, right here. So like right here we'll have one, you know. So that's the first goal, and I'm gonna just take it one goal at a time so that I don't confuse anyone. So that's the first goal. We gotta create those spheres. First things first. Oh, those cubes, I mean boxes, right? First things first, we have the server validation component. We have to construct this in the character class, and of course that means that we have to go ahead and include this in the server character class, right? And construct it. So we have a lot of components here. We can construct it down here. Server validation component, right? Before I construct it, we have to declare it of the pointer, and it's a use server validation component, and we're going to call this server validation component. I'm going to give it this macro. I'm going to just copy this macro and put it on it. And this is going to be called server, right? And it's for declare this class, or is for declare instead of including the header file of the class. If you can, it's better to just for declare it, so you don't have to include the header file of the class inside of another header file. And this is actually a use server validation component. And while we're at it, let's create a getter for it. A getter for the server validation component that we're going to construct. So let's copy this line, and we can paste this class name as well as the return type. Or rather, return is going to be the server validation component, and this is going to be called a get server validation component, right? Now to construct this server validation component, we're going to copy this line of code here, right? And we're gonna create a default sub object of the type use server validation component, and we're gonna call this component server validation component, right? Once we construct it, might as well set it to replicate, even though only the server is gonna have, only the server is gonna use it, but just in case I need to use it, I need something to replicate, then it'll be set to replicate, right? And that's pretty much. And let's see what I missed. Let's see, it's giving me the red squiggle, and I don't think I missed anything, so I'm just gonna compile it, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna crash. Enter 145. I must have missed a colon or something. Visible anywhere. Blueprint read write. Category equals server. No, that's not it. I think I missed something. I'm trying to figure out what I missed. Oh, it's a pointer, right? Got the pointer operator. Pointer dot, whatever you call it, the pointer. This thing right here. I forgot asterisk. I forgot to put the asterisk, meaning it's not a pointer, but it is a pointer. Okay, so it's constructed, right? Next things first, we need to create box components for every bone that we're gonna use on the character. So we can go ahead and go to the skeleton, and we know each bone has a corresponding name. So let's start at the head. And the head is actually pretty much, let's see, you have to minimize most of this. Here's the head. So we'll start at the head. And I want to put these on in their own region because it's gonna be might be a pretty good number of them. So I'll put them right here because they are no, they're not blueprint variables. Actually, yes they are. Yes they are. So we are using a box component, so we have to for declare. I'm not sure if I have a uBox component. I haven't used it yet, right? So I have to for declare it. uBox component. Right, and we'll create a region here. Pragma region, and this will be called I'll name this region server validation, right? Pragma and region. And let's for declare each box, right? So we need one for the head. Start with the head. So first of all, we need to have to access it within the character blueprint to set them at their respective locations and set their sizes and whatnot. So it's gonna be, I'm gonna say edit defaults only, or rather, yeah, edit anywhere, because each character will have it, but then each character doesn't have the same size, so it's not edit defaults only, but rather edit anywhere. Blueprint read write sounds good, and we can call this region server validation. Okay, so it's a ubox component pointer, and we can call this head box component. Right, and let's go ahead and create another one, and this will be for the, we have one for the head. The neck 1 and neck 2 will share one. Right, so this is neck 1, this is neck 2, so I'm gonna create one for next box component, and actually on it, I'm gonna put it on neck 1. Right, neck 1 box component, and it's gonna encompass the whole neck. After the neck, we go to the clavicle. Right, so we can say clavicle L and clavicle R. Auditory, you usually take breaks? No. when I take a break, I'm done, right? There's no way I'm gonna, because I feel like, I mean, I don't feel like anything. When I start coding, when I start developing, I'm locked in. And then when I get off, I'm done, right? I'm not getting back on to do anything. And since you said that, you just reminded me. Last night, I thought of something that I didn't do, that I needed to do. It's something minor, right? And I was like, Jesus Christ, please just help me remember to do it the next time I get on, right? Because I don't want to get back on the computer, right? Just to do this one thing, right? Because it's like, I coded, I did what I wanted to do, developed what I wanted to develop for the day, and after I got off, I realized I missed something, and I was like, I'm done. I don't want to get back on, right? Because then another whole session is gonna start, right? I just know myself, and when I get back on, I'm not gonna get off for maybe another long while, right? Or something, I'll figure something that's bad about what I developed, and then I'll enter into a whole, like, it's just bad, right? So I asked God to help me remember, and you just reminded me that I needed to fix something because of what you just asked of me taking breaks, right? So thanks for asking. Thanks for asking that. Let me fix that real quick. It's a minor. I actually don't even know if I needed to fix it. I just thought of something, and I wasn't sure if I did it or not. So let me just check if I did it. So when I interrupt the reloads, this single round reload, yeah, see, before I fire the current weapon, I need to set the character, action, and I need to set it to no action, right? So this is what I needed to do. So thanks a lot, Auditory. Right here. Thanks. I'm just waiting. Yep. That's it. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I usually don't take breaks. If I need to take a break, then I'm just done, right? If I was working for someone, then yeah, of course I'll take breaks, because I mean, I'm enjoying what I'm doing now, so it's like I don't need to take a break because I'm enjoying it. It's like I'm doing something that I love doing. It's like riding a motorcycle. I don't need to take a break from riding a motorcycle. Or martial arts. my body might need to take a break to regain some stamina, you know, or working out. I need to take a break to regain my stamina. But if my body can keep up, then I'd rather not take a break, right? Because I'm enjoying it. Like if I'm playing a video game, I don't need to take a break, right? Because I'm enjoying it. Of course, it's recommended you take breaks, but I mean, I'm not taking breaks, right? So if I'm enjoying it, I'm not taking breaks. If I'm working for somebody and I'm getting paid on the hour, yeah, I'm gonna take my break when everybody else takes their break, right? Or if I have like a limited amount of break time per work day, then I'm taking those breaks, right? Because they're offering it to me, right? So I'm definitely taking them. But since like I'm working for myself right now, no breaks, because I don't need breaks, right? I don't need a break. So yeah, it's just, if I need one, I'll take one, but usually I really never need one because I'm enjoying this, right? Unless I'm not enjoying it and I'm just having a bad day, then I'll just get off. But it's not a break because I wouldn't get back on until like the next day, right? So we need a box for clavicle 1. What about you? Do you take breaks? Or you just like when you're in it, you're just locked in, and you know you just want to be undisturbed and you just want to like concentrate. This needs to be clavicle left, and this needs to be clavicle right. Right, and after clavicle, we're onto the spine. So this is the clavicle. The first one's gonna be spine 5. Spine 5, right? And then after spine 5, so spine 5 is this big one right here. Spine 4, where's spine 3? I'll say spine 5. Spine, I mean, I can do one for each spine, matter of fact, but why not? Spine 5. So hold up, I just want to see. This big one is spine 5, so this one is spine 4. Yeah, I'll do one for each. I only take breaks when I'm frustrated. I'm trying to fix that habit with taking breaks when you're frustrated. And actually, I forgot to put box component. Yeah, yeah. I don't think that's something you need to fix, right? I think it's good to take breaks when you're frustrated. Right? Because you don't want to like your mind is already clouded with frustration. So I don't see how it might be harder for you to concentrate, right? And to actually resolve what needs to be resolved because you're already frustrated. And I'm gonna call this spine 1 and 2. Box component. And what did I name? Head, neck 1 box. So this will be spine 2. Actually, spine 1. And the last one will be for the pelvis. Actually, not the last one, but the last one for in terms of the spine, being connected to the spine. Pelvis box component. But like I get constantly frustrated, so that's the thing I need to work on. Oh yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, working on having patience with yourself and having patience in general. It's a nice skill to have. So now you can never have enough patience, right? So I definitely hear you on that. You're not wrong. I wanted to fix that. I need to fix that as well. It's easy to get frustrated and just give into the impulse just to be frustrated. So you're not alone, man. It's harder to not be frustrated, right? So we have the pelvis. Next is thigh L and thigh R. Left, I'm gonna call this left thigh. Instead of thigh L, I'll call this left. Left thigh box component. Same goes for the right. And so we need the calf, left calf, right? Left calf box component, as well as the right calf box component. And after the calf is the foot, and that's pretty much it. Oh, we forgot the hands. Oh, jeez. All right. Oh, we forgot the upper arm as well. So left foot, box component, and right foot box component. Now we need to go to where do I want to insert the upper arm and the clavicle, or we can do the arms here. So the clavicle left, clavicle R. So let's go look at spine 3. Just gonna close all these extra that I don't need open right now. Or spine 4, spine 5, clavicle R, and then we can go to upper arm, right? So left upper arm. I want to have the same naming convention. So right here I'm having left and right before the name of the bone. So I'm gonna do the same thing up here. I'm gonna say clavicle left. Oh, left clavicle rather. Left clavicle and right clavicle. Left clavicle box and right clavicle box. And this will be left upper arm, box component, and then we need the right upper arm box component. And then we need the lower arm. Let me see. Lower arm and the hand. So that's pretty much it. Let me close these extra. Oh no, I'm not doing all that. I'm just gonna. Let me just. Jeez, the hierarchy is nuts. Right. Right upper arm. So we need the left lower arm. I believe that's the name of the bone. left lower arm and right lower arm. And then we need the left hand and the right hand. So left hand and the right hand. Right. Like I get yeah, patience is very important. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, man. In life, I think that's a crucial thing to have in life is patience, because things aren't always gonna go your way. Rarely are things always gonna go your way. So having patience to deal with whatever predicament you're in and not just act on impulse, that's a great skill to have. But of course, it's like we just spoke about earlier, that some people might have it easily, more easily than some people might be born with it, and others have to really work at it, right? So we declared these box components. Now we need to set them in the constructor, right? So I'm gonna set them right here. So we need to create them and set them here in the constructor. So what we can do is I'm just gonna delete all these. I just copied them, the declarations. Now I'm just gonna delete the macros and the declaration, the class type. And I'll construct them here. And we can get rid of those spaces until we need them. So this is just a tedious task, but after this it should be pretty straightforward. Actually no, but then we have to set them on the character. So after we set them on the character, then the tedious tasks will be done for until I start implementing more characters, but that's way later down the line. Right, so almost done. Okay, nice. Okay, so clean this up a bit because I left some classes. And we're gonna get rid of these spaces until we need to put them back there, just so everything's nice and compact, right? And we don't need these either, so what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna find them, right? I'm gonna replace them with an empty space. It's like this. Okay. Now we're constructing them, so we can say head box component equals, right? And we can copy this line of code here. Create default sub object class, or not class, but rather create default sub object of type new box component. right? And we can name this box component the same thing that we declared it as, and I'll do another like little cheat to remove the underscores, right? So we declare it, and now we want to access it and turn off the collisions on it. Actually, before we do that, we need to include here. So we can include, I know this include is components slash box component dot h, right? So we declare it, we construct it. Now we need to turn off the collisions, and we can say set collision enabled. E collision enabled, no collision, right? So we're turning off the collision, and after we turn off the collision, okay, so another thing I need to do is I need to put all of these, hold on, okay, there's a typo. I need to put all of these box components into a tmap so I can easily access them, right? Fire music. Heck yeah, man. Yeah, I love this kind of music because it's relaxing. There's not too many lyrics, right? If there are lyrics, it's kind of like mellow. It's not like I don't have to listen to it to like enjoy the lyrics, right? But I can still hear it, so I like it, man. And the lyrics, like the way the lyrics are synchronized with the beat of the music, is, I just love it, man. So you create a tmap. And this tmap is not gonna be a blueprints. The music is the music volume is fine, auditory. Because I've been trying to find the right setting, and I hope this music, this audio's level is fine. I need to create a tmap to put these box components in so we can access them easily. And I'm gonna put this, I'm gonna create a variable right here. Yeah, it's perfect for me, in my opinion. Some people have bad, some people have bad ears. Yeah, the autocorrect. I understand what you're saying, man. Like, yeah, I know what you're saying about people's hearings. But if it sounds good to you, it sounds good to me too. So that's cool, man. Heck yeah. Yes. So we need to create a tmap. Well, first let's give it a uProperty macro because we want it to partake in garbage collection, right? Because it is going to include some pointers, and this tmap is going to have a key pair value of f names, right, paired with u box components, or u box component pointers, right? And we're going to call this tmap. What's a good name to call it? Because this box component is gonna hold these. They're gonna hold like the locations, the rotations, and the size of the box of where the character was at any given time, right? So we can call this tmap Let's just call it box component map for now, right? If I think of a better name later down, then I'll rename it. I have to take a call again. Hold on, I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm back. Sorry about that. This is gonna be called box component name, box component map, right? And we're gonna put each of these boxes we just declared in this map. Right, so we set the collision enable to no collision. Now we're gonna in-place this. Going to in-place this box component into this map, right? With the F name of, so the int key is gonna be F name, and I don't think I can do this in the syntax, but I'm not sure. I'm just gonna give it the same name, right? The same exact name that it has, right? And this is gonna be the box component that's paired with this key. And I don't see any squiggles. So I think it's fine, right? And we're gonna do the same thing for the other boxes, right? So we can copy this, all these lines right here, and paste them right here. And I said I was gonna remove like the underscores, but I'm just gonna keep them in the name. Actually, no, I'll remove them after I'm finished. So this one's gonna be called neck1 box component, right? We're disabling the collision on next1 box component, and we are gonna in place neck1 box component paired with neck1 box component, right? And let's go ahead and copy this and do the same thing over and over and over again. Okay, just a few more and tedious tasks will be almost finished. Wait a minute, did I have 2 pelvis box? Spine 3, spine 1. Copy. I have 2 pelvis box. I need to check that before I move on. Let's see. Okay, I do have 2 pelvis boxes. I wonder what I missed. So after spine 1 is pelvis. And then we have the thigh under that. So I can just delete this. Right? After the spine 1 is pelvis. And then left thigh, left calf, right calf, left foot, right foot. Alright, let me just make sure. Start from the head. We have neck 1, left clavicle, right clavicle, left upper arm, right upper arm. Wait, left upper arm, right upper arm, left lower arm, right lower arm, left hand, right hand. Spine 5, spine 4, spine 3, spine 1, pelvis, left thigh, left calf, left foot, right foot. Alright, so looks good over here. And over here we have head, neck, left clavicle, left upper arm, right upper arm, left lower arm, right lower arm, left hand box, right hand box. Spine 5, spine 4, spine 3, spine 1, pelvis. Okay. Delete this pelvis. And left thigh, left calf, left foot, right foot. Alright, everything else is good. And last but not least, the right foot box component is complete. And let's see. I think what I want to do, because I don't know, this is a massive constructor just because of these boxes. Well, first things first, let me remove these underscores. And actually, I'm gonna leave them there because, hold on, if I put a space right there. Let's see. Okay, so I can remove them. I just have to manually select the one that I want to remove. Right. I have to be careful not to. You know what? I'm not gonna. Alright, I'll remove them. Just gotta make sure I don't remove them from what doesn't need to be removed. It's only the orange text has the underscores that needs to be removed. course, this doesn't have to be done, but just to be consistent with all the other code, then I'm gonna remove it. So this is a pretty tedious task, but once it's done, it's done. So just gotta focus until the job is done, and then we can celebrate because the job will be done. Right? Well, it won't be done, but the task will be done. Right? Pushing through, almost done. Keep the concentration on the orange text. Nothing else needs to be touched. Almost finished, just a few more. Almost there. We're on 4 more. Okay, just 2 more. And we're finished. Last one. Okay, so there we go. What I want to do now is put these in their own region so I don't have to look at them all the time. So let's call this box components. Right. There we go. Okay, so before I compile this, I'm going to exit out of Unreal Engine because I already know it might, well, most likely it will crash because I made some significant changes. So let's go ahead and build this. And we can complete the last tedious task, which is setting them correctly on the character. Right? And then the beast of the algorithm for server-side rewind will be initialized. Or rather, the process to begin the algorithm will be set. Or the process will be kind of set because I have to do one more thing before that. Oh gosh. Anyway, it's not that bad. After we set the characters, then one step at a time. After we set the box, we'll move on from there. the boxes, we'll move on. Shouldn't take too long to set these boxes on the respective bones. So let's do this real quick. As you see, they're all right here. Oh, that's what I forgot to, yikes. I forgot to attach them onto the respective bone. So that's what needs, I actually need to do that first before I move on. So I did put them on in the map, which is good, but I forgot to set them. I forgot to attach them onto the bone that corresponds with each box, right? So setup, attachment. Just copy this right here, and we're going to get mesh, right? And going to set it up to get socket. Just waiting for IntelliSense to catch up. A socket bone by name, and we're gonna type in, this is the head, so we're gonna type in fname text head, not in capital letters because it's not capitalized in Unreal Engine, and we can just double check. Making sure that we spelled everything correctly. Basically what we're doing now is we're creating a replicant of this character that's easily like processable, that you can move around to any location by a single call, right? So pelvis, we want to go to the head, and I wish there was a way to minimize all these branches in one button. Right. So spine 4, spine 5, clavicle, neck. Head is not capitalized. So argument of type const use skeletal mesh socket is incompatible with type of use scene component. Let me see what happens when I compile it. Okay, so I need to I want to attach this onto the head, right? And maybe what I need to do, I know this is the same thing as using get mesh, but yeah, I still get an error. Wait, it's a private. All right, so I have to use get mesh, but I thought I was using get mesh. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm using it right here. Setup attachment, get mesh. So what is it saying? Can I use get mesh by itself? Okay, so I can attach it to get mesh, but I can't attach it to the bone that I want to attach it to, which is what I want to do. So let's there another way? I wonder if there's another way to attach it to the bone that I want to attach it to without first attaching it to just the character mesh and then having to move it around. It would be nice if I could just attach it to the right bone, right? But I don't think I can, so I might just have to just copy this line of code, which is not something I really wanted to do, because it's saying I can't use a skeletal mesh component. Thanks. All right, well, live and you learn, right? Didn't want to do this, but I can't. All right, whatever. Seems like I have to. And then I have to update this for each one. Guess this way is kind of faster than attaching it to each bone, right? But or I think my syntax is wrong, because I swear you're able to attach it to. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna finish this first, then I'm gonna check with the first one, because I think my syntax was wrong. Maybe I don't think I was supposed to call get skeletal mesh by name, get skeletal mesh socket by name. But you can see how quickly this constructor can clutter up, right? So I definitely don't want to look at this every time I look at the constructor. So that's why I'm hiding it with the region, right? Okay, so what I want to check, instead of calling get socket by location or get socket by name, I'm just gonna type in, let me see if it has a, okay, so I can just put in a socket, right? I didn't know that. I should have looked at the input parameters. So I'm gonna put an f name text, and this is gonna be called head. Right, so now all I have to do is I'm just gonna copy this and paste it here, and I'm actually gonna take out, actually I'll leave the quotes, and I'm gonna copy this in each one so I can just fill out the name of each one individually. And And looking at this is gotta concentrate because you can get lost at what you're looking at. So we just okay. Now I'm gonna fill them out each. So this is the head. This is neck one. Neck one is neck underscore 01, right? And then we have left clavicle, which is, can I copy the name? Like, copy select, nice. So I can just copy the name. And then we have right clavicle. This is left clavicle. Right clavicle. And then we have left upper arm. Right, copy this. This is left upper arm. And then we have right upper arm. Copy this right here. Then we have left lower box. So that's under here. It's easy for me to forget where I'm at. So this is left lower arm, and then we have right lower arm. This is right lower arm. Then we have left hand. Left hand. Right hand. Spine 5. All right. Let's find the spine. Spine 5. Spine 4. Spine 3. Spine 1. Pelvis. Left thigh box. Okay, now I have to move down. Oh wait. We can probably just minimize these. So pelvis is right here. So we have the left thigh, right thigh, left calf, right calf. Jeez. Right calf, left foot, and right foot. Just all right. Now, since they're attached to their own corresponding bone, we can exit out of the editor again and rebuild this. Oh, been grinding on for 4 hours, both me and you. Heck yeah! Wow, 4 hours. Sheesh. It doesn't seem like it's been that long. It hasn't. It doesn't seem like that to me at all, man. Do you feel like worn out? Are you feeling the 4 hours? Because I'm not feeling it at all yet. I was even thinking about the time until you said something. Yeah, 1 out. Sheesh. Dang, sorry, man. Time did fly by though. That's why I was super locked in. Yeah. Time definitely flies when you're locked in. So let's look at the. Let's look how they look now. Alright, so if I look at the character. Oh, so it looks like a hot mess, right? We're gonna have to. I'm gonna hide all these boxes, including the capsule component, and it's gonna make it more. Which box is this? Spine 1 box. I didn't attach this. I guess I didn't attach this to something. Looks like I missed something. Let's see, spine 1. Oh, I definitely attached it to spine 1. It's right here. Oh, wait. Typo. Thanks. I messed up. I hope I didn't mess up anywhere else. See, looking at this code, like, easy to get typos, man. Like, I think that was the only mistake I had. If I compile it, I think it will just fix it. I don't think I have to rebuild. I think I actually do have to rebuild. He's probably an experienced programmer. As a newbie, I have to take day-long breaks. Hey, Slizzard. Hey, it's been a minute since I've last spoken to you on the stream. I pray you're doing well, man. Pray everything's going well with you. How have you been? He's probably an experienced programmer. As a newbie, I have to take day-long breaks after doing some minor stuff. How long have you been doing this? 4 years so far. Can I get something to eat? BRB. Use blueprints. No typos there. Yeah, definitely no typos. But there's some things you can't do in Blueprint that I'm gonna have to do with this with this implementation, right? So can't I don't, at least the way I learned about this, you can't do it with blueprints, and I don't, from thinking about it, I don't see how you'll be able to do it efficiently in blueprints, right? So I definitely hear you with blueprints though, no typos, but some things are locked out of blueprints that you might need. Alright, so let's start with this box is visible, so we can just start. And what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna set this is for the spine 1, right? So we just have to set the box extent to, for it to encompass around the character, right? And we have to do this with each box, right? This is spine 1. Spine 1 is like right there. It's gonna be spine 1 and 2. So move them. It's like right there. Right. and each character, I'm gonna have to modify this individually for each character. Right, so that's spine 1, and we can go ahead and make it visible. Wait a minute. There we go. This is pelvis. So this is a pretty tedious task, but gotta be done. Right. So these boxes are what we're gonna use to basically rewind time, right? So we want to shape, you're going to use all these boxes and basically create the shape of the character, right? So that when we need to confirm a hit on the server, these boxes which are already in the shape of the character, we can just move them to the respective location of where the character was. This is spine 5. And I want to move this down a bit. So we'll be able to move them to where the character was when it got shot. And since they already have the shape of the character, when we move them, they will basically replicate the shape of the character, right? And of course we're gonna have to take into account the rotations and the location of the character when it got shot, so that we can move these boxes to the same rotation and the same location that the character was in, right? So we can still maintain the same like shape that it has right now, or the same shape that it did have when the character got shot. And we just want it to be as close as possible to the body of the character, the shape of the character. So I'm doing this on stream, but when I add more characters, I doubt I'm gonna do this on stream. It's a pretty boring task, right? But it won't be that bad because I'm doing it once. This is the base class, and I'm just gonna duplicate this class and change the character meshes and, you know, add their voices and whatnot. So this is spine 3. Look, I did spine 3 already, but I think I don't need this many boxes. Matter of fact, I can remove some of these. So let's see which ones I have. Spine 1, I need that. So we have the pelvis. Spine 5, spine 4, spine 3. I don't need spine 3. So we're gonna do 5, 4, and 1, because I don't need 3. Right, this looks. Which box is this? We can make 4 a little smaller, just so I don't have to rebuild the project. And more boxes, this helps. So I'm not gonna remove it. It's already here, so we save it. So if it crashes, I don't lose my progress. And right, gotta make sure that it's covering the character completely. So we can make it a bit bigger. Right. Make this a bit bigger. Okay, what's next? Spine 1. Spine 1 is overlapping, so I can make this a bit smaller, but overlap is alright, because the character will be able to bend, and the boxes will be... See, there's some space right here, but I think that's alright. I can just move it up a little bit and increase the size so that when the character bends, then it won't be that space will still be kind of covered, I guess. That's why having multiple boxes is fine. Let's see. You're back. Yeah. I'm gonna eat when I'm finished with the stream because I'm not hungry yet. So but I know once I'm finished, I most likely will be hungry. This is just one of those, like, I'm pretty excited to do this feature, so I think that's why I'm not really like tired or hungry, because I'm pretty excited. I've been studying it for a while, right? And since I finally understand it and I feel comfortable implementing it, it's a good feeling, right? Helps me to wait. Let me make this not. It's helping me to not really focus on my if I'm tired or not, if I'm hungry or whatnot. And we can move this over a little bit, like right there, and save it so that it doesn't crash. If it does crash, my progress is saved. It's gonna be the hand. What I can do is pause the animation, but it's not really bothering me. But it seems like every time I change the box, it's pausing anyway. So I think I actually do want to pause the animation. Right. So if I pause it, then I can edit this without it stuttering all the time, right? Still kind of laggy, but it's not too laggy. Let me compile it. Maybe that's gonna help. If it crashes, I press compile. I think it's gonna crash. Yeah, it didn't crash. But that's why I save it. For those moments that you don't know what's gonna happen. Yeah, it's not lagging now. I guess after I compiled it, it like fixed itself. I can't move it manually, so I have to move it like this. And I think that's good. Onto the right thigh. I think I can actually like copy the left side over to the right side, so I don't have to keep like entering the values. Like this is the left thigh and now this is the right thigh. So let me see if I can copy these values, right? And then copy the location. And it's instead of minus, yeah, so this will help a lot. Okay, so I'll just do one side and then I'll copy the values over. So I'll do all of left side first. And I'll copy the side over to the right side. Right? And that should help a lot with time. That will tremendously help with time. I think that's kind of too big. Okay, that's good. And we can copy this over to the right side. So copy this over to here. Wait, whoa. Okay. Take out the minus. And then copy the box size. And let's just set it visible. Right. Let's see what's next. The left foot is next. So we'll set this visible as well as the right foot. Let's set this visible as well. And then let's edit the left foot. Right, make it a bit bigger. Make it a bit bigger. Make sure that looks good. And go ahead and copy this. And copy the size. And actually, I think this actually does need to be -3. Okay, no, it doesn't. This needs to be -7. Okay, right hand is next. And we already did the left hand, so we can just copy the left hand over to the right hand. Right, and I think I copied the wrong value, or I forgot to put the, this needs to be negative, this needs to be positive. Right lower arm, I didn't do the left lower arm, so we'll do the right lower arm first and then copy it over to the left. Let me compile it real quick, because it seems to always take a while to compile when I have a lot of changes with these boxes. Who is a gift from God? Will be a cruise, not will be a curse to not use it. Like, yeah, definitely is a gift. There's so many people out there starving. Right? That's a God. This God with a capital G too. It's only one God out there, brother. But yeah, like So many people out there are starving, man. Yeah, definitely, it'll definitely be a curse to like. That's why I hate wasting food, man. Just thinking about like the people out there, third world countries who are starving, drinking dirty water that animals use the bathroom in, and sharing like their bath place with wild animals and sewers, taking showers in sewer type water. It's like it's incredible, man. This world is effed up. Excuse my language. I just want to be able to help people, you know. If I'm able to, I'd love to like help as much as I can, because if I was in this situation, I would definitely want to help. No question about it. So we did this to the right arm. Let's copy it over to the left. Oh, okay, left lower arm. That can't be right. Why is it down here? Right lower arm. Left lower arm. Let's remove these. This can't be right. I think I attached it to the wrong one. I think it's another place where I messed up. I'm gonna have to check. Left lower arm. Oops. Yeah, I definitely attached it to the wrong one. Let's check what it's attached to. Left thigh, right thigh, left lower. There's a left lower arm. Left lower arm. Lower arm L. I don't see why it's attached to the wrong. Maybe I'm just not. Let me view it. Yeah, why is it down here? If I view, why is it down here? Strange. Left lower arm box, create default sub object, yeah. Left lower arm box, set collision enabled, okay. Left lower arm box, set up attachment, lower arm L, right? And lower arm R. That's strange. Why is it down here? I don't know why it's down here, man. I'm gonna exit out. Save it, exit out, and rebuild it again. I don't know why the left lower arm box is not attached to the lower arm. Yeah, it really is. I try to give what I can to charity, but some of those charities are a bit shady. That's the stuff that infuriates me. Yeah, it's a dark world, man. Got a lot of greedy people out here and shady people. It's sad. Oh gosh, it's depressing. It's just the world that we live in. Can't wait to be with the Lord. Well, there'll be no more crying, no more pain, no more suffering. Right? So while we're here, we're called to be the light of the world. So okay, this crap is not. I'm gonna remove it and left lower arm box. I'm gonna remove this. Cause I don't know what is going on with it. It's weird. And I'm gonna exit out and try one more time to see. I'm gonna build without it and I'll put it back. I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna check over it and see what's going on. Yeah, I mean, we're all messed up, honestly, but I'm not gonna say like I'm better than anybody else or someone's better than somebody else. We're all messed up and we all need help. Just I get confused when I think of how like you can be so financially stable yet. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you have a lot of money, it's your money. Like no one can tell you what to do with it, right? It's yours. But for the billionaires out there, like gosh, you have enough money to like. If the billionaires wanted to, they could solve world hunger. Like seriously. It's not even funny. They're generating so much wealth. World hunger can be resolved, man. That would just be epic. Just something as simple. I mean, it's not simple, but I mean, it is simple when you think about it, because it's just feeding hungry people and provide. So world hunger, and like, and also providing ways for them to also earn. Right, the billionaires can definitely do that if they wanted to. Just a matter of. I don't know what it's a matter of. I'm just maybe I don't know enough about finance. But I just get lost in thinking about why they don't do that. Considering they have billions, right? It's not like they're gonna feel like the loss. It's not even gonna be a loss. It can be an investment. So let's see. Okay, let me do the head. Okay, gotta size this up just right. And kind of too wide. Let's close this in a bit. And move it forward. Right? Because we want it to be just as accurate as possible, right? Let me move it forward a little bit in case the bullet hits like the tip of the box. or the tip of their face. I want it to count. I think that's good. Left upper arm. Okay. Yeah, that left lower arm is I don't know what was going on with that thing, man. Like I'm gonna rebuild it after I'm finished and see if it's gonna go in the right place. But I'm sure it's a problem with my syntax. I'm just not seeing it. Right. Let's make this a little bit smaller like that, and we can move it down. And we want it to be a little bit wider and taller. Right. Now we can move it up a bit so it covers like up here. Because we want the whole body to be covered. We can copy this and paste it onto the right upper arm. And put a minus as well as the size. We can paste it onto the right upper arm. And let's make it visible. And neck 1. Make this visible as well. So there's only one neck box, which is pretty good because, I mean, I can always add another one if I don't like the way it looks, but let's see. So I want this to encompass the neck. Right. So let me move it up a bit and make it a little skinnier. And we can actually make it a little bit taller as well, so that when the character bends down or bends its neck down, then the neck will still be covered. So like that is good. And let's make it a little like that. What's next? Right upper arm, we did that. Left clavicle. Right. I think this is the last one. This in the left clavicle. I think these are the last ones. And let's move it over a bit and move it up. Right. We can make it a bit smaller, but I don't want to make it too small. Actually, I'm gonna leave it the way it was. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it like this. And copy this over to the right clavicle. And of course the right clavicle, this needs to be a negative. Let's make this visible. And if I put this to negative, okay, that's right. And I think that's it. Now Let me just highlight everything and make sure that, yeah. Now I just need to fix it, realize what's going on with the left lower arm, because it was acting up. Right, so I compiled it. I'm gonna save it and exit, and I'm gonna look at the left lower arm and see what's going on. Left lower arm box component, create default sub object. It's a U box component, left lower arm box. Okay, accent the left lower arm box, set collision enabled, no collision. Okay, left lower arm box, setup attachment, get mesh, F name text, lower arm L. Literally the same, it's the same text except I put L right there, and then I'm placing it left lower arm box component for the left lower arm box component. I don't know, man. Is there another one? Is there like another left lower arm box that? Nope. And then let me check the header file. There's only one left lower arm box here, so I don't know why it's not attaching to the left lower arm. Thoughts on ChatGPT? I can't remember if I asked that already, to be honest. Yeah, you asked me what I thought about AI. I don't think there's anything wrong with ChatGPT. I know you didn't say there's something wrong with it, but I think it's a nice tool, right? I use it to enhance, like if I'm writing a letter, I use it to enhance the letter I'm writing. So like if it's a formal letter, I'll use it to enhance it. A formal email, I mean. I use it to enhance the letter and check for spelling errors, or not really spelling errors, but grammar. Well, not even grammar, but just enhance it to make it sound and read better, right? And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all I use it for. AI in general is pretty gnarly the way it's growing and improving. Like it's just now like kind of starting to boom off, and like people already making like fake videos of people doing stuff. Imagine what it's gonna be like in 7 years. The quality of it, it's kind of scary at the same time, and it's like it's pretty nuts. Everything's pretty much digital right now, so you gotta be careful about what you're looking at, because so you can be looking at something that's fake. Look at this thing, man. It's not attaching to the right. It's not attaching to the right. Should even be able to move it. Like these boxes. Oh, I can move them. All right, I didn't know I can move them. Anyway, I'm just gonna copy. Wait a minute. I'm just gonna copy this location, and I'm gonna paste it here. I don't know why it's not. Don't know why it's not on the arm. It must be a bug or something. So I'm gonna have to like rotate it and do all this stuff. Maybe when I start playing the animation again, it will resolve itself. Right, because let me turn off snapping. And okay, let's see if it follows the actual arm. I don't know. I think I've just been looking at the code for a long time, so maybe I'm missing a simple like fix. Right. So Can't tell. It's not even moving with the body, bro. What the hell? Seriously. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Let's see. Left lower arm box. I'm gonna copy this. And I'm gonna paste it right here. Hold up. Let me cut this out. Actually, let me paste it like right here. Right. Then I'm gonna copy this because we know this works. I paste it right here. Then I'm gonna just copy. Oh, I knew it. I was looking at me looking at the code for such a. Wait a minute. No, I'm an idiot. I was about to do the wrong thing. So this is what I need to work on. The lower arm. I thought I figured it out, but I didn't figure anything out. I was about to make a mistake. So I'm about to delete this because this is not working. I'm gonna copy this because this is working. Then I'm gonna paste it in here. Then I'm gonna cut this because this is the pointer. And I'm gonna paste it right here, right here, right here, right here. Oops. I'm gonna paste it right here and just remove the underscores. Paste it right here. I can copy this, paste it right here, and lower arm R. I'm gonna just change that to L, right? This doesn't work. I don't know what the heck is going on, bro, because I'm literally just copying it. I just changed it to R. I forgot to close the editor. Yikes. Okay, let's do that again. So can't see another reason for it not to work, right? I don't see. There's no other left lower arm component, and I'm not using that. Let's see. I'll highlight this. I'm not using that anywhere else. So there's no reason why it shouldn't work. ChatGPT is really good for comments. Yeah, my thoughts on it is that ChatGPT is a tool, not a builder. I use it to help me learn and get more wisdom. Yeah, and AI in general, like not necessarily ChatGPT, but like when I like need like to find some quick code, I just type in like Unreal Engine 5 on Google. Like include for box component, right? C++, and then the AI will give me what I need, right? So AI is definitely helping me a lot. You know, when I need to convert something or I need to find something, I just search for it on Google and I get the syntax. So it's definitely a good tool to have in your arsenal, right? Mostly when it comes to improving already existing comments. What do you mean comments? I don't understand what you mean by comments. Okay, now it works now. So I don't know what syntax error I messed up, but it's good now. So I could just copy the location and set it. And the rotation. Wait a minute. It's supposed to be the lower arm, not the upper arm. This is the lower arm. Am I editing the right one? Yep. Yeah, I am. Oh yeah, I gotta change this to negative. Right. Yep. All right, so it's good now. All right, the tedious part is done. Right. So these are the boxes that we're gonna use for server-side rewind. Not for the beast. Let's get on to it. Pretty excited to implement this. Super excited actually. So can't wait to implement this. I won't be able to test it out until like I get a build ready for online, but we could test it out locally, and once I get a build ready, then we can test it out on the web. Right? Okay, so first things first, we have the box components. I meant like the notes in the program. Oh, the documentation. I didn't know what you meant by comments. I thought you meant like YouTube comments, Facebook comments, like making them funny or something. I just wasn't sure like what you're talking about in terms of comments, right? Talking about like the notes, like these kind of notes. I understand. Heck yeah. I really don't. I like to write my own notes just because I want to make sure I understand what I'm writing, right? I mean, I want to make sure I understand what I did, so I write it in my own words to make sure to tell myself, okay, you know what you did, because you just explained it. Now anyone else who reads it should be able to understand it as well, right? Oh yeah, right. So we need to create a structure, or rather two structures to store me, right? We're gonna have to, let me exit out of this. So we need to store the box location, the rotation, and the box extent right here in a structure for each box, right? So for each box, we need to store the location, the rotation, and the box extent, right? We also need to store a time variable, and the time variable is like the time and space, the time of the game time for each like box, right? So like for like 10 seconds into the game, we're gonna store all the boxes for the character at that time, so that if we need to call those boxes at that time, they'll look exactly how the character looked at that time. That's why we have them representing the form of the character, right? So that when we call them at the specific time during the game, they'll replicate the character's like image, right? So we need to create two structures that stores one, the box location, rotation, and the box extent, and the other one is going to store the box information as well as the time. And it'll be easier once you guys like see what I'm talking about visually. So we need structures. I have a structure file right here. And we need to call the structures. I want to name the structures. I want them to be as descriptive as possible, right? So if they're, I don't care if they're long names, right? So this box structure is gonna store like the box information, right? So we can name the structure like recorded box component history information, something like that. Recorded box component history information, right? And then this box, this structure is gonna have two components within it. This object is gonna have two components. Override the three components. The first one is gonna be f vector, which is gonna be the box location, right? The next one is gonna be an f, and I believe I need to. I was gonna put a U property on it, but I don't need to access them from Blueprint, so I'm not gonna put U properties. The next one's gonna be rotation, so F rotator. Call this box rotation. And the last one is gonna be the box extent, right? This box extent. Now this takes 3 variables, so I'm not sure how I want to save this. So XYZ. I guess I could save it as a vector. Let me see. If I call, like, let me just grab this and write get box extent, get scaled box. The extent of the box, right? And I want to see what kind of variable this is. It's an F vector. All right. So the last one can be another F vector called box extent. Okay, so this is one structure that we need. The other structure is going to, maybe I should rename this something else, right? What I'm gonna do is, this is the box information. I'm gonna rename this to recorded box component history information. And this is called box component information. Yeah. So this is box component information. No, I'm sorry. This is box component information, right? Because it just holds the information of the box. This is recorded history information. Recorded history information. And this is gonna hold a float. And we're gonna call this time of record, time of record, right? And it's gonna hold a T-map, right? And this T-map is gonna hold f names. It's gonna map a key pair value of f names to this structure. And this actually needs an f, right? So we're gonna map f names to the structure. We can call this tmap recorded history information map. Right. And so we have the box information in this structure, right? We have all the box informations here. We're going to save them for each box. We're going to save the box location, the rotation, and the box extent for each one of these boxes. And then in this structure, when we need to validate a hit on the server, we're going to get the time, right, that the hit happened. And on the server, we're going to use that time to move all these boxes to where they were during that time in the game, right? And then we're going to get all the boxes using this map. So we have the time and we have the map with all the boxes, right? So let us first, we need to create a function that, how do I want to start? Okay, let us create some, I want to move this. I don't know why this is always in the public section. It should be, I always think it should be in private, or not private, at least protected, right? And I want to create a private section. Okay, so yeah, I'll create a private section. And I want to create some regions before I start coding. Comments technically is the correct term. Oh, I just call it documentation, right? Document your code. It can be comments. If comments is the correct term, that's cool. Comment your code, document your code. Huh, interesting. I guess they're synonyms in this specific matter. So I need to create some regions, right? So this private region, well, before I create some regions, let's start like doing some implementation. We can close these files. We don't need the character class anymore because everything's set here. We do need to include we need to include this folder. So I shouldn't have closed, hold on, let me see if I have the include here. Yeah, I need to include this into the server rewind, server validation component. So I'll include it right here. Okay, so first things first is we want to store each one of these boxes every tick. So every tick is tick. We want to store a box for a certain duration of time. So I need to visualize this so I can help myself explain what I'm trying to do. So this is the time, right? We want to store a box for a certain duration of time. So let's just say, actually start from this time, right? This is the length of the game, or no, this is the length of a moment in the game, and we want to store the boxes for this duration and this length, right? So when someone confirms a hit, or when someone makes a hit and they request the server to confirm the hit, the server is gonna get the box information. Where is it? There's a structure folder, file. So the server is gonna get the box information at this specific time, right? At this specific time. So like, if this is like, let's say this is 0. Let's create like, right? Let's say this is 70. This is 75. 80. 85. 90. 95. You know, 100. This is 105. And I said the character got a hit at, let's say, like right here, right? Hit. So the server is gonna get this time from the character that shot the gun. It's gonna get this time, and since it has all this time recorded, well, I can't see the cursor. Since it has all this time recorded, it's going to find this time in the record that it has stored, and then it's gonna move these boxes, the location, the rotation, and the box extent. The box extent is really not going to change because it doesn't change, but the location and the rotation for each box is going to move from where it was at this point, right? So each number is a point in time that the server has recorded, has stored information on these boxes, right? Using this time of record. So at each one of these numbers, we have information, right? So the character got hit here. Let's say this is 92. This is 92. We killed somebody, or we got a hit at 92 at the time of 92 during the match. So we're gonna say server, I got a hit at this time, right? I need you to validate this hit and give me my point because I killed that character. I need you to validate that kill. So the server's gonna be, all right, let me check. Let me make sure you hit that character, right? It's gonna get this box information from this T map using this time. So it's gonna go back to 90. First, it's gonna go all the way back to 90. SAR. This is the closest time that I have to the time that you hit the character, right? And then this is the closest time in the future from the time that you hit the character, right? And then it's gonna interpolate the box location and the rotation from this time at 90 to 95, and it's gonna stop the interpolation exactly at 92, and that's gonna have the boxes. It's gonna have the boxes in the exact same location and rotation that the character was in at that time, right? So it's gonna look exactly like the character. If you look at it, it's gonna look like the same. It's gonna have the same appearance as the character, same form, right? At this time. And then once it does that, the server is gonna shoot a fake bullet to hit these boxes, right? To hit the same location that you said that you hit the character. It's gonna shoot it at that same location in the world, starting at the same location where you shot, right? And if the server sees that you did get a hit, then it'll give you the point, right? So this server side rewind is useful for lag, and that's how you get like the running around the corner and you dying, right? So a character runs around the corner and then they die, right? Because the server has all this history of your character, right? It's not a lot. This can be like half of a second, but you run around the corner and you die because you are over here, right? Let's say you are over here, but the person that shot you is is lagging. So they saw you like right here. On their screen, you were right here. But in reality, you were really like right here. But since it takes time for the server to send your location to every other player, if the player that killed you has a really bad internet connection, your location on their PC is not the most updated location, right? So that's why they see you back here when in reality you're probably like right here, right? And only on the server would your location be all the way up here, right? That's because you're on the server. But if you're a client and you have like decent connection, most of the time you're seeing a player at this location, right? Or maybe like right here, close to like the actual real time representation of that character, but not quite, because it takes time for the server to receive your location and verify it and then send it to everybody else. So that time that it takes for you to tell the character, this is where I'm at, you've already moved past that point by the time the server received it. So you're never actually seeing the real accurate time of somebody on the web when you're playing the game. You're always seeing like a past position they were in, right? So that's why if you have good connection, the server side rewind is pretty good. It makes things pretty accurate, right? But if your connection is terrible, sure, for you'll get your kills confirmed, but for the person you killed, right, they're gonna be all the way up here, and you killed them in the past. So they're like, I ran around the corner, I was over here around the corner, and he killed me when I was like, on his screen, when you see the kill cam, it looks like you're not around the corner. It looks like you're like right here, and the corner is over here. So I hope that makes sense. I'll keep trying to explain it as I implement it. But that's server-side rewind in a nutshell. So let's go ahead and implement it. First thing I need to do is store all of the... I want to store the... let's see. I want to store this information for a certain amount of time throughout the game. So like for 7/10 of a second, I want to store... So like for the most recent 7/10 of a second, so like let's say like I start the game, right, the timer's running down. What the hell, excuse my language. All right, the timer was up here, so it threw me off. The timer's running down, right? So when, let's just say, to make it easier to understand, let's just say for 4 seconds I want to store the history of it for every character, right, that's in the match, right? Constantly, like throughout the match, for the most recent 4 seconds, I want to store the history of that character, so that at any time I have 4 seconds of history for that character, right? I want 4 seconds of the most recent history, right? So if the timer says 30 seconds left, I want 30 to 26. If it says 29, let's say it says 25, I want 25 to 21, right? And then when it says 21, I want 21 to whatever, 4 seconds into the past, right? And it keeps going on backwards, right? So we keep removing time, we keep removing the information that we stored that goes out of scope, that goes out of date, basically. So when the oldest time that we saved goes out of scope, right? So when it goes back all the way over here, when this moves up, when this timeline moves up and now it starts at 75 to like 110, this 70 gets taken out, and now we're only saving 75 to like, let's say 110, right? And then when we need to save the next 4 seconds, right, we're gonna move up. I'm gonna say 80, right? I'm gonna save 80 to 115, right? So it just keeps moving forward as the game progresses. the information you have stays updated 4 seconds from the current time to the past. But in reality, it's not 4 seconds. It's more like 4 milliseconds, right? Half a second. It's like really short. So first step is to save the this information, the box information, the time, and all this good stuff right here, the time and the box information. So let's do that. Okay, so we can grab, we need to create a function to save the frame package. Frame package is what it was referred to in the class that I took, right? So, and that's because it's saving like every second, every nanosecond, every tick, right? Basically every frame. So we need to save the box information every frame, and to do that, let's create a function. We can call this. Well, actually, we need to create a threshold because we want to do it every so often, right? And we also need a data structure to store this, right? We need like a data structure, a container, and a container that we can use for data storage and iterating is a linked list. But Unreal Engine has their own like implementation of a linked list. It's called a T-double linked list. So we're gonna create a T-double linked list, right? This linked list is going to contain this, right? It's going to contain this structure. So it's going to be a T-linked list of this structure that contains the time that we save all the box information, right? So we're going to save multiple box informations, right? And each one of these is going to have a time that we saved it, and that's how we're going to move back and forth when we need to confirm a hit. So let's go ahead and declare this. It's a T-double linked list of this type of data. We can call this a recorded history information linked list, right? Now I'm not sure if I can give it a U property for garbage collection or not. I'll just try it. But this is the data structure that we're gonna use. We're gonna store all of the information throughout the duration of all the time that we have of box information inside this linked list, right? So we have this. We can go in a server validation component, and here we can, I'm not sure if I want to create it. I'll just code it first here, or rather let's just create a function, and we can call this function update. So I'm gonna call this function update recorded history information linked list, right? And this function is going to take a const float reference. Actually, I don't need to. I'll just put it const float reference of type. Oh, a const float reference named delta time. Gosh, right? And then we're gonna call this function in tick. Yikes. Passing in delta time, right? And then let's fully qualify this function by declaring it in the header file, and this is going to be a private function. So let's create a pragma region, and I'll call this core. Right, and this is a void function. And I actually need to get my room's pretty dark, so I'm gonna turn on the light real quick. All right, so we have the function defined or declared, and we have the definition ready to be defined, and it's getting called in tick. So every tick, this is getting called, and we're saving, or rather updating, the recorded history information linked list, right? So within this function, let me start this music. Within this function, we want to get this linked list, and we want to save information within it, right? So we want to do this only, so first we need to check if there's anything in the list, right? If there's nothing in the list, then we need to add something in the list, right? That's what this function is going to do. So it's going to check to see if there is any nodes already in the list, right? So first, this we're going to do, check to see if there is, actually let's write one or less nodes are in the list, right? So we need to see if this linked list dot num is less than or equal to 1, right? So if there's 0 in here, we need to go in here and we need to add some information in here. If there's 1 in here, we need to go in here and add information in here, right? Wait, if it's 0, that means nothing's in here. We need to go in here and add it. That'll bring it up to 1. If it's 1, we need to go in here and add it. We need at least 2 nodes, right? So we're gonna write, we need, wait, the linked needs at least 2 nodes, and we could put in parentheses a head node and a tail node. Put this in quotation marks. So it needs at least 2 nodes, right? To work as intended, right? So that's what we're doing here. So if we have 0 or if we have 1 elements in this linked list, we want to add another one so that we can have 2. So in here we're gonna get this linked list, and we need to, we're going to be saving this data type, right, inside of this link, inside of this linked list, right? Because that's what type of data it holds, right? It holds the data that contains the time of the hit, or time of record in this case. What's the time of record is what we're going to use to determine the hit, so it's the same like difference. It's going to hold the time of record as well as the box information at the specific time. And remember, this time, the times of all the boxes that we store within this linked list is only going to last, it's only going to be like for, in reality it's going to be like maybe like 0.7 seconds, but for this example we'll make it like actually I'll just make it 0.7 seconds, right? Because I think you guys understand what I'm getting at, right? So if we have no nodes in here, or if we have one node in here, what we're going to do is we're going to create a local structure of this type, and we're going to call this recorded history information for this frame, or rather you can write for this tick, just so you guys know exactly what's going on. So this tick, we're saving this information, right? And then we're gonna add this onto here. I think it has a function called add head. Let's see. I need to, let me refresh my Visual Studio project file so I can get IntelliSense to give me help with the syntax. Right, so you can access, we're gonna add the head, right? And the head is gonna be this one right here. So we're gonna add the head twice, right? When there's nothing in here, we're gonna add head once, and then it's gonna try it again. It's gonna check it again. It's only gonna have one in there, so it's gonna add another one, right? So we'll have two nodes in here, a head and a tail. This add head function, I believe, if we go to add head, pass in the node, then as this new node equals head, and the current head equals the tail, right? So you add a new node, that's the new head. The node that's already in there, that equals the tail. So whenever you add a head, you're always adding a new head, and the previous head is now, it doesn't have to be, is only if there's two nodes in there will the previous head be a tail. If there's more than two, then the next head down will be, you know, like it would just be like in the middle between the head and the tail, right? And it's just like a snake, right? So right, you have a node, right? This is the head, this is the tail, and if you add another node, then this head now gets moved down, and you add another one. If you add a head, this head gets moved down, and now this is the new head, and this is still the tail, right? And you keep adding on like this way, right? But then if you add a tail, this tail gets moved forward, and you add one right here. This is the new tail now, right? It's just data structures and algorithms, right? It's a linked list. But before we add, we adding it onto here, but we need to fill this structure with information, right? We can put some comments here and say save the current tick, save the current box information for the respective for the owning character. Save the current box information for the owning character. During this tick. Save the current box information on this tick for the owning character, right? So we need to get a reference to this character, because this only needs to get called locally on the server, right? So we need to go back to the character class right here, and actually right here I need to create another function. Let me copy this and I'm gonna paste it right here, this region. Right, and I'm gonna create another region here for initializing this component. Pragma region initialize, and I'm just gonna paste the name of the component. Right. And we can create a function to initialize this component. And the function is going to be called from the character class. And we can call this function this. And right now this function is only going to take a animation entertainment. Get us a animation entertainment character pointer, and we're gonna call this animation entertainment character reference. Right. Let's go ahead and declare this function, and actually I can just copy this and paste it. So it needs to be, I'll put it, it'll still be private. And what I'll do is I'll make the character class a friend class of this class, because this is, after all, a component on the character. Maybe I won't, because this character, I may have to access it, but I'm not sure. So for now, I'll make the animation entertainment character friend class of it. All right. So now we can call this function, and also we need to create let's create another region. Pragma region for pointers, right? Pragma end region, and we can create a animation entertainment character reference here. We can call this owning player character, and we can give this a U property right? So it can partake in garbage collection. And this will be in its own region. Pragma region, call this other. And Pragma end region. Right. And then we're gonna put both of these regions, the pointers and the other variables, they're gonna be subregions of Pragma variables, right? And actually, I'll just copy this and paste it. So let's go ahead and initialize this within this class. We're gonna see if this is not valid, then we're gonna return. Otherwise, we know if we get past this if check, we know this is valid. So we set this equal to this. And let's get a reference to the character, or rather the include to the character, and paste that right here, right? And we're gonna access this in tick. So you're gonna say if this is valid, and this character has authority, which means it's on the server, only then we're gonna call this, right? So it's only getting called on the server, only saving information on the server, right? And then on the character class in begin play, we're going to say if, and let's access, but I'm gonna access a server validation component. I'm saying if the server validation component is valid, then we need to get the include for the server validation component. And okay, I already got it. So we're gonna get this, and we're gonna access the function initialize server validation component, passing in this. Else, I'm gonna print something onto the screen, or rather in the log files, and we're gonna print right. And actually I can just copy this. If it succeeded, I'll print this right here. Okay, so we initialized it, fully initialized it on the character. Just trying to, there we go. So we have a updated reference. It's saying it's undefined. Let's see, did I get a typo or something? All right, name the own and plain character. Not, so let's update that, right? So I'm only saving this on the server. Get rid of this, actually no. All right, so we need to save the current box information on this tick or the owning character of this component of this server validation component, right? So to do that, we need to create a function, and I'm just gonna copy this, and I'm gonna name this function save save record rather, let's see, what do I want to name it? I can name it save this, or I can name it save the name of this double linked list. Save recorded history information. Save recorded. Yeah, I'll just name it this save recorded. Right? And I'll add for this tick at the end of the function name. So save recorded history information for this tick. Right? And I'll go ahead and fully qualify this function by declaring it in the core section. Right, so we're gonna save the frame information on this tick, right? Save the frame tick information of each box. Oh wow, when the timer reaches 0, it goes to negatives. Alright. So I need to clamp it. That's another thing I need to do. I'll do that later. I need to clamp the timer and then make sure it doesn't go below 0. I want to just quickly add that to my to-do list so I don't forget. And if I do forget, when I look at this list, I'll remember. Clamp, match, timer between 0 and match time. Audiatory says, so are you planning to market this game someday? Once the game is finished, of course. Oh, I'm gonna market it before the game's finished. If I market it after the game's finished, I think that's pretty bad, right? I think I wanna like I'm gonna start marketing it like pretty soon, because I'm pretty much at the point of time where I can start playtesting. So once I've resolved the bugs that I have on this list, which is what I'm gonna work on. So after I implement server-side rewind, which I'm working on now, then I'm going to just implement grenades, crouching and prone, which will take at most a week, maybe a week and a half. Then I'll work on these bugs, which will take at most a month. So by the end of February, maybe mid March, I'll have a build that's ready for playtesting, right? And that's how I'll begin marketing it, and I will of course get feedback, have like a form for feedback and stuff. And yeah, that's the first step. Get a build ready for public playtests. I think that's the best form of marketing. So yep. And when I'm getting information in the playtest, I'll be working on the dedicated server, and implementing the actual like weapons that are gonna be in the game, the environments, the characters, the lobby, all that good stuff. So yeah, It's gonna be an interesting interesting journey for me, and you're part of it, so definitely be included. Like we spoke last time, I'll definitely have something think of something special for like the people who were with me since the beginning, right? Something exclusive in the game. So I think that's gonna be really cool. Right, so we're saving this we're gonna call this right here, and this actually needs to take a reference to this. So it needs to take a reference, and we can call this out recorded history information, and we're calling it out because we're passing it in, right? But since it's a reference, whatever we pass in is going to change. Whatever we change in here from this is actually going to change here. So then when we pass this in here to add it to this linked list, we're passing in the information that changed when we passed it in here, right? So that's why we're passing it in as a reference. And we can go ahead and call this right here. And we can pass it in right here. So we're declaring it here. We're passing it into this function as a reference. And then once we change all the variables in here, which is this information, the time, and then it's a T map that holds all of the box information. Once we change this information for every box that's on the character, then we're passing it into here, right? So each node in this linked list is going to hold this structure that's going to contain all the boxes on the character, all the boxes and all the box information, which is the rotation, the location, the rotation, and the box extent for all the boxes at any given time, right? Or rather, at a specific given time that we saved it. So that's what we're doing here. Now we need to save this information here, right? And let's think about, how do I want to save this? So we have this information. We're going to create a for loop, and in this for loop we want to, what kind of information is here? We're going to create so we're creating a for loop that's okay. So this for loop is going to, I'm going to create a for loop that goes through this structure, and within the structure is going to get this map, right? So we're going to loop through this map within this structure, right? So we're accessing this map in the for loop, right? Because we gotta get every box and we gotta fill it in, right? Fill in the information for every box that you see here on the screen, right? So every box that's on the screen is in this T map right here. We're gonna save it in this T map, right? And actually, yeah, that's correct. This is actually not what I want to do, because I need to get the box information. I need to get this box information from the character, right? Because if we remember, when we go to the character and we go to variables, right? We have this T map here that we saved all of the boxes, right? We saved all the boxes in this T map. So we need to access this T map. That's why I made, that's a reason why I made the character class a friend of this class, so I can easily, actually what I need to do is make this class a friend of the character class, so that the character class doesn't complain when I try to access a private variable, right? A private variable that I need to access is this. Oh, I think it's protected, yep. So I need to access this from the server component, server validation component, right? So we're not gonna loop through this. What we're gonna loop through is we're gonna get the reference to the character, and we're gonna access this map within the character class, right? And then we can create a const t pair, and this const t pair is of type fname paired with, and I need an, yeah, fname paired with u box component pointer, and we can name this box component map reference, right? So we need to get the include for the ubox component because we're going to use it. So we're getting each element of this T map, right? We're getting each element, which is ubox components. Each one of these box components is within this map. So we're getting each box, right? Taking it out, or rather getting a reference of it, getting the address of it out of that T map, and we're putting it in this T pair value. So this T pair value is going to hold each respective box on each iteration. Or let me rephrase that. On each iteration, this box component map reference is going to change what it's holding. So like for the first time, it's going to hold, let's say like the head. That is going to hold the neck, the clavicle, the right clavicle, etc. So each iteration, this is going to change in value. It's going to hold a different box component, right? So since we're accessing the owning player character, we need to check if this is valid. So we're going to say if this is not valid, then we want to return, right? Okay, and then in here, we want to, actually, we need to save the time, right? And we don't want to do that on every like box, because we only need one time variable, right? So we need one time that's going to correspond to all these boxes. So I hope this is starting to make sense. Like we're saving all these boxes for one given time, right? And that's how we're going to get what the player looked like at this time, right? Because these boxes that we're saving are going to look like the player looked like at the time that we save it, so that when we need to get this this replicant of the character, we can just get the boxes and get this time and move the boxes to the same exact location and rotation that they were in at this time, right? So let me close this region. I don't like looking at all those, everything jumbled up like that. And I think we're good with this class. I don't think I need it, so I'm gonna close it. And we need to save the time before we even get in this for loop. We know this is valid because we got this far, right? So we can access this character, or rather we can just copy this right here. So we're getting the map, and we can write save the time that this let's see, save the time that this, I just want to just copy this. Or rather, pretty much the same thing. Save the time that this recorded history information was saved on the server. Was saved locally. I don't know what kind of music this is, man. I don't like it though. Right? So we're saving the time. Right? So we're gonna access the player that owns this component, and we're gonna access this box component map, indexing. No, not the map. I'm sorry. Actually, yeah, the map. Let's look at the. Where is the character class? Let me just leave this character class open, right? Because I need a visual representation of what I'm doing. Right, so we're accessing this box map, and within this box map, okay, so I'm sorry, I'm confused. I confused myself. My fault, guys. We need to save the time, right? But we're gonna save it in here. Alright. This is a structure, if you remember. This structure right here. We're gonna access this component within the structure and save the current time. Right. So we're gonna access it with the dot operator, time of record, and we're gonna say this equals, and we need a reference to the world. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a local uWorld pointer, call this world, and I'm gonna initialize it with get world, right? Then I'm gonna check if this is valid and this is valid. So both of these need to be valid, otherwise we're gonna return out of the function. And to save the time of record, we're gonna access world and call get time seconds. Right. So it's gonna save the time here. Then we're gonna enter this for loop, and within this for loop, we're gonna loop through all the elements within the box component map. Right, all these boxes, we're gonna loop through all of them, and we're gonna pass in the information for all the boxes at this time that we're saving it, We're going to pass in that information onto this input parameter, right? Which is being passed in here, right? And this is being called in tick. So you're getting to see how often this is happening, how frequent this is happening, right? Passing it in to save it, and then after we save it, this is going to be filled in with information, and then we're adding it onto the linked list, right? So here, what we're going to do is we're going to access this reference of this element of this map that we're iterating through, and we're going to access the value, right? The value is a component, uBox component pointer, right? This is the value, this is the key. So we're accessing the value, which is a pointer to one of these boxes, right? And the for loop is going to go through all the boxes in this map, which is all the boxes on the character, because we put it, again, I'm just reiterating so you guys can understand, because we put all the boxes on the character inside that map when we constructed it right here, right? Okay, so, and I'm also reiterating so I know what I'm doing. Okay, so we're accessing this reference, and within this reference we're going to get the key. Well, before that we need to check, not the key, the value. We need to check if this reference that we're accessing, the value is valid, right? Because the value is a pointer, so we need to check if it's valid. If it's valid, then we're going to access this, what we're passing in as a reference, right? Which is a structure. And we're going to index, see, it's a structure. So within the structure, we're going to get the map that contains all, that's going to contain all the boxes that's on the character. So we're accessing this map, and we're going to index the same value so we're getting this map that we're passing in, and then we're getting this value right here. See this is a reference that we're from the character. So this is going to hold a pointer, right, to a box component, and we're going to put that box component information within this map, this structure, right? So what we're doing here is access the recorded history information map within the input argument, and rather access the key of the history information map of the recorded history information map, which is passed in to this function via the input argument, and set key and set the value of, let me actually start this in a new line. We're accessing recorded history information map. Actually, let me change this to access the out recorded history information map, which is passed in to this function via the input argument, and set the value of the respective component which is this map, to be equal to the current values that the respective box component has on the owning character, right? So hopefully this makes sense. Yeah, so we're getting the recorded information map, indexing this key, right, which is passed in by the character. We're getting this from the character, and we're setting this equal to value. So actually, so this is gonna be, let's say this is the location, right? So I'm gonna write save the location of the box of the respective box this frame, right? So we're saving it this frame. So let me just read this. We're getting this accessing this structure, accessing the map in the structure, and accessing the key, which is an F name. So that's why I messed up. We need to access the value, and then with the value, we need to use the dot operator and get the structure. Let's see. Yeah, this is the value. So we need to get like the location, the rotation. We need to save these two. Actually, all three of them, right? So not sure if I use a dot operator or an arrow operator. It's not a pointer, so it should be dot operator. Okay, this is the box, recorded box. We want to fill this in. So yeah, we access the key. Right. And this key value gives us so it's going to give us a key value, and this key value is going to give us one of these, right? And we need to access this now. So I'm trying to think of, I need to access that structure. Okay, so right here, location. I'm gonna set that location to equal this location here. Start the music. I set this location to equal the location that we're getting from the character at this given time. Right? Which is right here. Right? Passing in by reference. Right here. So we're gonna get the value. And this is a pointer. And we're gonna get, I'm not sure what the syntax is. I think it's like a location or something. Box location. Let's see. How do I access the location? Get box location. Let's see, I need to remember this. I need to get the syntax. Sorry, guys. Let me see, get location. Get component location. Okay. And I guess it's get component location and get component rotation and so on. So just syntax. Right. And we can save the rotation and the box extent. Wait a minute, why is it giving me a red squiggly? Right, I didn't include, I need to get the include for the box component. And we could just steal that from right here. And then we could say save the rotation of the respective box, this frame. Box rotation, and then get component rotation, and then we're gonna save the box extent last but not least. Save the box extent. Box extent, and I forgot the syntax. See if I can figure it out. Get box extent. Auditor says working on a new algorithm right now. Not implementing it right now though. What algorithm are you working on? What's the algorithm for? Is it for the AI chatbot you told me about? Right. So we're saving all this information. I don't think I could use this. It's not letting me use it. It's inaccessible. So how do I get the box extent? Let's see. Return the box extent, ignoring component scale. Return the box extent scale to the component scale. I don't know which one it is. I just want the box extent. get scaled box extent. This returns the box extent scaled by the component scale. This returns the box extent ignoring the component scale. Yeah, unscaled, it sounds good to me. Even though I didn't scale it, but it still sounds good to me. Alright. Yeah, essentially it is to compare two strings together and to see how similar they are together. Like if you put two words, it'll tell you like if you put are you talking about like comparing them in terms of synonyms and antonyms? So like if you put father and dad, or are you talking about like comparing them in terms of like if you put boy and, or rather if you put like motorcycle and cycle and bicycle, right? Motorcycle and bicycle. Alright, so we're saving the each frame package, or rather I keep calling it frame package because that's what the instructor who I learned this from, that's what he called it, right? We're saving the frame data, or rather what I called it, the recorded history information. We're saving that right here. However, this only happening if we have one or less nodes in this linked list. So if we have more than 2 nodes in here, right? We're gonna say if there is more than 2 nodes within the linked list, check to see if the time span check to see if the time span that check to see if the time span check to see if the time span of all the elements within said linked list is greater than the maximum is greater than the record history information maximum threshold. Let me rename this something different. Recorded history information maximum time. I think I'll call it this. There we go. I'll call it maximum time to record history. Maximum time to record history. Right? Or rather, maximum time span. Maximum time span of recorded history. Threshold. Or time span of recorded history threshold. That sounds better. Time span of recorded history threshold. Time span of recorded history information. That sounds even better. So time span of recorded history information threshold, right? So we need to create this variable, and this is going to be a blueprint variable, so we can edit this in the blueprint. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna make this editable in the blueprint. It's gonna be a float. And we're gonna initialize this with 0.7. So for 0.7 seconds, for the most recent 0.7 seconds, we'll have recorded history. Right. And we need another variable that's local. So let's create this other variable. And it can be called let's call it, it's another float, and it can be called recorded history information runtime, right? So we're gonna check here. We're gonna say, actually what we need to do is practically, yeah. Let's say the user mistypes their prompt, says hello instead of hello, says hello instead of hello, or index through each character of the user's input, and if it detects an incorrect one, remove it. Then we return the value and see what the input looks like now. If it is valid, print out the predefined response. Is your dog dreaming? But how do you know if, okay, it's predefined, okay. But, so you're saying, is it, you're gonna have a library of words to compare the input to? Or are you using like a public library to compare inputs to? I'm just wondering how you'll know if something's wrong or incorrect. Like in your example, they type in hello instead of hello. How does your algorithm know that the W shouldn't be there? Like, what is it comparing it to? Oh, so you are comparing it to a library? You're comparing what the user puts into a library? Okay, so if we reach this line, let's write else which means there's more than 2 nodes in the linked list, right? So if there's more than 2 nodes in the linked list, what we want to do is get the time of the earliest node, right? And the time of the most recent recorded node, right? So we can create const float references, and this one will be called oldest time on record. And we can initialize this with getting the linked list, and we're gonna say get tail. The tail is gonna return us a node that holds the structure. Right, and with this tail, we can access the, oh yikes, so the node is a pointer. Okay, it's a pointer right? So I need to check if it's valid. So right here, I'm gonna else if this is valid and get head is valid, then I'm gonna come in here and access the tail first. Yikes. Did I spell head wrong or something? Oh yikes, it should be get head. So we're getting the tail, and within the tail, I want to get what's inside of the tail, right? And you said we compare the correct prompt to the user's incorrect prompts. The valid prompt we are comparing to is from a library. Yeah, okay. Yeah, if my explanations aren't very precise, I'm not someone who can explain too well. I'm working on it. No, I understand. You answered me perfectly. I was just wondering how you'll get the correct response, right? Because there's infinite words out there. I was just wondering how you know what the correct response is. But you're using a library, so it makes sense. I understand. Hey man, that sounds interesting. I don't know where to even start doing that. That's a sort of different algorithm than what I'm used to. Well, are you using like Java or C++? Alright, so I need to get the value of what's in the tail, right? Because I need to get the structure, right, of what's in the tail. And it's a pointer. This is a pointer, so I'm pretty sure it should return, right, get value. This is what I'm looking for. Get value. And the value, we need to get the time because we're getting the structure, so we need to get the time from, and this is get value also a pointer? No, it's not, so we're good. So, and this is gonna be, we got the oldest time. Now we need, yeah, Java right now. Hey man, blessings on that. You're learning 2 different languages. I don't know how I can't do that right now. Like, it's like learning a different language to speak. I can only focus on one thing at a time. So hey, blessings on that, man, for real. Seriously. So we have the oldest time on record and we have the newest time on record, and we need to set the time duration, the time span, or rather we need to set I think this can be a local function, variable. Actually, we'll make it here a member variable that can be called time span. Time span of recorded history information. Right? Or time span of data within time span. All right, this is better. Time span of data within recorded history information linked list. That's even better. It's very descriptive, right? So we're gonna check if the time span of data within the linked list is greater than the threshold, right? And we're gonna set the time span right here. So we're gonna say this time span equals, and by looking at a timeline again, the newest time always has the bigger number than the previous time, right? Because as time goes on, it increases in value, or rather an integer or whatever, right? So you want to subtract the older time, which has the lesser value, from the newer time. So we're going to get the newest time on record, which has the high value, and we're going to subtract the oldest time on record, right? And that's going to give us the time span of data within the linked list. And then we're going to check if this time span is greater than or equal to the time span of recorded history information threshold, right? So if it's greater than this threshold, what we want to do is enter into a while loop, right? So we're going to write a note and say if the time stored within the linked list, within this linked list, is greater than the set threshold stored within this variable, iterate through the linked list, removing the oldest time until the time span of data within the recorded history information linked list is less than the threshold, right? So what we're doing here is we're we're checking to see if the time span of the data that we have, if it's more than what we want, right? Because you don't want to store too much time information. Otherwise, if you have a really laggy character and they shoot somebody, so like if you have a really laggy character, right? I'm a server, or pretend this is a client. This character runs back over here, right? And they get all the way back over here. But then we have a really laggy character that's over here that shoots, that sees, since they have really laggy connection, they see the character right here. So they shoot the character when the character is right here on their screen, when in fact the character is all the way over here, right? On the server and on this character's screen, the character's over here, but on the laggy character perspective, this character is right here. So they shoot them when they see them right here, and then the player that's playing this character dies, right? They die and they die on this screen. They're right here, right? Because server side rewind is gonna go all the way back in time to when the character is right here, right? If we count in seconds, if we look at the timer in the bottom, At 250, let's go. When it goes to 255, I'm gonna run to where I died, right? So 240, I'll run to where I died, right? So I'm running right here. That's like 3 seconds of data. That's too much to store, right? So you don't want to store anywhere. Maybe like 0.7 seconds. So if it goes to 25, so I think that's a good amount of data. That's probably like the most amount that I would store, maybe even less than that, right? So 15, so like that much data, right? So the latest you can go back in time is like right here. If you're standing right here, the latest you can go back in time is right here. And so that's not too big of a discrepancy. But if you're still next to a wall and you go, then you can still die, but it's nowhere close to like 4 seconds, right? So right now we're iterating through all the data in this linked list. Because right now first of all, we're checking to see if the time span of all the data is greater than 0.7 seconds. If that's the case, we're gonna iterate through all the data here and remove the information. Remove the oldest information, which is the tail of the linked list. We're gonna remove it and then set the new time of the linked list, right? Set the new time duration of all the data within it, and if it's still greater than the threshold, then we're gonna keep removing it until it's less than the threshold, because we don't want to pass 0.7 seconds of data, right? So we're gonna to do that. We're gonna enter a while loop. You can do a while loop or do while loop. I think a do while loop is not good for this scenario, because if you do while, right, that means you're gonna enter this while loop before you check the statement that needs to happen, right? The expression. So you can already be like, I mean, you know you're before, right? So I think I will do a do while loop, because we go into this check knowing that the time span of the data within the linked list is greater than the time span of the maximum time span that we want. So we already know that's the case. So we might as well do while loop, right? So we immediately go into the loop and remove the oldest time, right? But before we remove the oldest time, we need to check if so we get the tail. We're gonna check if the tail. We're gonna check if we remove the tail, or rather, so if tail previous, I think if previous is no, that's fine. Let's just remove it, right? We don't need to check that. We just remove it, so we can just get the tail, right? Get the tail, and let's first check if the tail is valid, because it is a pointer. So if this tail is valid, then we're gonna get the tail. We're gonna remove it. I think I think that it's remove, right? Remove node or something. I think that's the name of the no. Okay, it's not. I guess I have to do it this way. Remove node. Okay, so we're gonna remove the node, and the node we're gonna remove is and we can pass in the tail, right? And then after we remove the tail, and let's put an else case here. If this is not valid, the tail is not valid, we're just gonna break out of the for loop. And we can put a note here that says, if this line of code is reached, then there is an error with the system. Then there is an undefined error, right? Because the tail should never be not valid, right? Because we made sure we added a head and a tail, and now we're making sure that we have more time than we need. We're going to remove the extra time, which means we have a tail and a head. So that's the case. I'm going to break out. Okay, I thought I was within the do while loop. I must feel pretty stupid, right? So do while. That's not the syntax, right? So I don't know. This is within the do while loop. So I want to do this loop while the time span is greater than this. I want to do this while this is the case. Why is it giving me an error? Unless I have the syntax wrong for. Oh, yikes. Alright. I have to put do before. Okay. I'm telling you I'm a noob. Just make sure. Yep. So we're gonna do this while this is the case, and right here after we remove this, we're going to recalculate the time, right? Oriatoria says, thank you. It's not as sophisticated as it seems. Chatbot, you have to train manually. You have to train to naturally if you want it to become more familiar with more inputs. Someday I'll add a full processor to it. How do you train it? How would you train it? Just by using it? Is it like machine learning? I don't understand how you train it. Hit the colon at the end of the while. Yeah, right, you're right. Thanks. The semicolon, thanks. Yeah, I'm wondering how you would train it. How you would train the chatbot. I always wondered how machine learning works. Like how does it like learn? Like it's intriguing. Okay. It says there's no full machine learning yet. It's just you go to the library and add what is your name and configure the output manually. No, no, no. I'm talking about machine learning in general. Like, how does it? I was curious how it works. I understand there's no machine learning in your application yet. Okay, so we have the do while loop, right? So okay, so we're saving all the information that we need. Let's see. Saving all the information, all the frame package data that we need, and we can go ahead and visualize this. I don't know. I never researched into the topic long enough. Okay. I never researched it at all. So that's something that I should probably check out because it's just intriguing how do you teach a computer to learn something? Like usually a computer is pretty stupid. It does exactly what you want it to do and that's it. Like it does exactly what you code it to do. So if your code is messed up in one small area and that one small area breaks your whole application, your computer's not gonna be like, oh, here's your problem. You know, let me fix that for you. So it's like I'm just intrigued about how that works, you know? Like how does machine learning work, right? It is a little complicated, honestly. Yeah, no doubt. No, you don't have to tell me that, man. I know it's complicated. I know it's very complicated. It's a recent like innovation. All right, I want to draw a debug. What's the syntax? Let's see. If I include for draw debug box, this is what I want to do. I want to draw a debug box. Let's see if someone has the include for me. Okay, go to the documentation, and of course it's not here. Draw debug box. I mean, I'm searching for it and it's not here. Let's go back. What the hell? Yeah, I just need to find the include for it. Oh gosh. Why doesn't the website of Unreal Engine have like an easier way to find like includes? Like I'm clicking on this link, the docs, draw debug box. It's out of date, it's not working. I go to 5.3 and I paste in draw debug box and there's nothing here. Okay, so I had to search it up here. And this is the include. Alright, so I'm gonna create a function to draw the debug. Let's gonna create this function here. It's gonna be a void use server validation component. We're gonna call this visualize recorded history information, right? And this is going to take a let's see, I'm gonna take a reference to the linked list, right? It's gonna take a reference to this link, to a linked list of this type. It's gonna take a const t double linked list of this type reference, and we're gonna call this let's see, the name to call this, I'll just add reference at the end, right? Let's keep it simple. Reference it's visual recorded history information. This, it's not playing any good music anymore. Well, I mean, it's alright music. Let me fully qualify this function by declaring it right here. And within this function, we're going to draw debug helpers. Let me check. Right, okay, so it's just draw debug box. Just have to remember the syntax. It's always syntax. Always never learn syntax, just learn concepts. Draw debug box. Right, just waiting for IntelliSense to, there you go. And the input parameters. Okay, so first of all, we need to create a for loop, a range-based for loop, and to draw these debug boxes for each instance of time that's in this linked list. So we first need to access the linked list here, and we need to iterate. Okay, this is not gonna work because I can't iterate a linked list like that. So I need to actually, instead of taking this, I'm gonna take a const, take a structure, a reference to the structure. It's gonna be a reference, and I'm gonna call it recorded information, recorded history information reference, right? And with this information, I'm gonna loop through it and draw the debug sphere. So I'm gonna pass it in by reference, right? And I'm gonna access what's in this struct, this map. And draw what's in the inside of this map. Wait a minute. So we're accessing the map. And this is a T pair of F name paired with U box component pointers. And it can be const, so we don't create copies. And we can call this can be reference. Recorded history information map. Or rather, we could just call it recorded history. Ah, whatever. Reference is fine. No, I already used reference up here. I'm gonna call it recorded history. Or rather, current. No. I'll just call it recorded history. I don't know what else. Well, what did I call it up here? Box component map reference. Yeah, sure, I can call it that. No. Just call it recorded. I always want to think of the best name so I know exactly what it is. I mean, I know what it is, but I just want to be sure that when I look at it in the future, I know exactly what. It's a for loop, range-based for loop, so it's obvious it's getting information from here, right? But did I spell it wrong? No, I guess recorded history is fine, but I think I messed up the T-pair. I'm not sure if I go to the map, recorded history map, right? The map's an F name. All right, it's an F box component. I got it confused with the other map. So we're gonna draw for each one of these. Hold on, I think I'm tripping. Let me make sure that, yeah, again, the recorded history map, and I need to access recorded history information. Now I need to access this map. That's what I forgot. I'm accessing the map, right? It's saying, all right, so let me put auto right here and see what the type is, because it's saying I have the wrong type. So const auto reference, and I want to see what it tells me it is. It's a T pair of F name to F box component information. That's what I put. Oh, it's a pointer signal, little signal right there. That's why. All right, so we're gonna loop through this. We're gonna draw the debug sphere. Draw the debug box for each box. All right. So this recorded history. That's one thing about coding for a long time without breaks. When you're looking at code, a simple mistake is like you're just overlooking it and you don't know what you're looking at. But I don't feel tired, so okay. So we're gonna get the every time we loop through this, we're gonna get every time we get this every time this is called, we're gonna get the box of the respective map, right? And this is T map, so we need to index, or that we need to get the key So no, sorry, the value, which is a box component, and we need to check if it's valid. So we need to check if this is valid because this is a pointer. Only if it's valid. Then we will print out what needs to. We'll print it out. Right. So now I need to see the input parameters. Okay, so we need a reference to the world. So let's get a reference to the world with create a U world pointer, and this pointer is going to be called world. We're going to initialize it. We'll get world. Right. So world is the pointer, and it takes a center. I guess the center is the location. So I'm gonna access this value, and I'm actually gonna put these on their own line, right? Access the value. I'm gonna say get component location. Next input is the box extent, so we can access the value again and get box extent. What's the syntax? Right, this is a box component information, so I actually need to get the, it's not a pointer to the actual box component, it's just information, so that confused me. And all these hours, we need to get the, I believe, the box extent, and the next input parameter is the color. We can draw it as black. I think that looks sick. Oh, does it have silver? Nice, that's silver. I wish I had gold. I know it doesn't have gold. The next input parameter for persistent, false. Lifetime, I'll say 7 seconds. And that's it. And I'm getting an error here. Expression must have a bool type. Wait, I'm tripping. I don't need this check right here because I thought these were pointers, right? But they're not. They're just information. Box information. Okay, and then right. So we can draw this now. We can call this in tick. Actually, I'm not gonna call it in tick. I'm gonna call it right here. Where's the best place to call it? guess the best place to call it is just in tick, right? So this is already called in tick. So right here I could just write for development only. Visualize the frame data being recorded in real time. And we can call this passing in so we need to actually need one of these to be set, right? So let's just copy this actually. And we're not gonna add it to the linked list. We're just gonna create one and save it so we can print it. Oh, so we can, sorry, not print it. So we can just put it in the, on the screen. Right. So, okay, so let's try this out. Yikes, I got an error. Error says unable to find class delegate enum struct with the name T double linked list. Okay, I must have spelled it wrong. Let's maybe it's just linked list. Nope. It's right here. So if I copy it, do I really have to include this? I guess I have to include it. So let me try for declaring it. See if that's gonna fix it first. I'll do it right here. Okay, that's not the problem. So I'll try using the include. I'll put the include right here. Actually, I'll put it right here. Nope, actually I'll put it right here. Okay, that's not the problem. That's probably the U property. Maybe it's not accepting it because the U property. Let's see. Okay, it was the U property. I can't use a U property on it. But I think I got another error. Okay. Yeah, oh, the pragma. 50. 950 is pragma region. And let's see what the other error it said I had. Yep, that was the only error. So it should be a successful compile now. And we can test it out. I think it's gonna crash. Let's open up the character. And this is valid. Let us go to tick function. Okay, so I am calling it. Let me print something on the screen to make sure that trying to find my debug. Here it is. And actually, let me print it right here to make sure that this is getting called. Okay, so it's not even getting called, so, which means that let's see if this is getting called. Okay, so this is not getting called either. If we move this up here, okay, so there's a problem with my pointers. They're not being valid. They're not valid, right? And if we print this, okay, so if I see exclamation mark, then this is the problem. Maybe it didn't compile in time or what? Press play. Okay, I don't see an exclamation mark, which means that it is valid, right? So right here, let's see if we're getting this far. Okay, so we're getting this far. Right? And we're setting this variable to equal this. We're not getting inside this if check. We're checking if this is valid. We're checking if we have authority. And this is in tick, right? So this should be getting in there because this is the server right here. But it's not going inside there. Right? I am playing on the server, right? I am, see? Listen server. But it's not going in there. So what I'm gonna do, I remove this. Let's see. I'm still not seeing it. Wow. What's wrong with my, the pointer is not, this is tick. And I'm initializing this and begin play. And this is not popping up as valid. So let me remove these checks. And I should see exclamation marks and it should start working now. I gotta check out what's going on with that. Okay, so the exclamation marks are there. But of course I'm checking, I need the character reference because within this function, when I'm saving it, right, I'm accessing the character. So I'm never getting past this. So I gotta figure out why my character is not valid. Even though I'm passing it in. Let's see. I think what I'm gonna do is actually just exit out and rebuild it. And let me rebuild it without this code. So I'm gonna rebuild it like this. And while that's being rebuilt, I'm gonna check out the character class to make sure that everything looks fine. Right here, we're checking to see if this is valid. Then we're calling this function. And we're passing in this, which is a character, a reference to this character. Right? So we're passing in the reference to this character. Right? The only thing I can think about doing is if I let me put this back. Open it up. Right, so if this is not working, if initializing it this way is not working, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just set this to get owner. I know that will work, but I'm really confused as why this is not working. This is kind of confusing because I'm passing it in and begin play. Let me check what type of variable this is. It's an A animation entertainment character. Let me make sure I don't have a typo or something. Like, it's an A animation entertainment character. Right? It's right here. Let me just copy the class name because I probably have a typo somewhere that I'm overlooking, right? And I don't see I don't know if this is the reason why. I doubt it, but it's kind of confused as why it's not being initialized. Crashed. And it crashed in a server validation component. CBP 76. Which is actually right here. If it crashed right here, it really crashed right here. And I bet it crashed because of I'm gonna comment that out, and I'm gonna comment yeah, I'm gonna rebuild it. Auditore DoorDash just came. The dude who delivered it ate half my food. You serious? Are you kidding me, man? Hey, take a picture of that and send it straight to DoorDash. That's ridiculous, man. What? No way, man. That's wild. Oh gosh. People are wild as heck. Sorry about that, man. That's sad. Heck no. Yeah, I'll send a picture to them ASAP, report that, and get either redelivery or your money back. Yeah, that stuff has happened to me more than once. Gosh. Heck no, man. Are you kidding me? Man's worst things can happen. No, I know worse things can happen, but someone stealing your food, I don't think that's pretty bad. Like, people are already starving, man. You're working and you're stealing someone's food. Who paid for that food? Who paid you to deliver it? Like, You're stealing someone's health by stealing their food, right? If you don't eat, your health is messed up. So worse things can happen, but still, like stealing someone's food that's pretty messed up, man. Um, pair does not equal null pointer. Let's see. It's crashing on line 120. Visualize recorded information. I should probably check if the world is valid. I didn't check. Right, because I think I'm getting the world before it's even valid. And that's definitely causing it to crash. I think that's the reason why. I should have checked. So let's rebuild this. So we're not gonna start drawing until the world is valid, right? Because once tick starts ticking, the world might not be valid when tick starts, right? And then you're accessing a null pointer, and that brings issues like crashes. So I definitely should have checked if tick. I should have checked if the world is valid. I'm getting sloppy. Yeah, I'm sending a picture to get a refund. That stuff is not okay. No, it's definitely not okay, man. You can't steal someone's food. You kidding me? I know what it feels like to be hungry. Heck no. Literally delivering food. All you have to do is order some food when you're before you pick up uh the food that you're ordering. It's still crashing. I mean, before you deliver the food that you're assigned, all you have to do is just order some food. It's crashing on line 120. It's still crashing on this line, man. Let me check this function. This is save recorded. Oh, yikes. Okay, I made another new mistakes. I forgot the exclamation mark right here. So world is not valid here either. I'm telling you, man, making some bad mistakes. I should probably get off if I'm making this kind of mistakes. Let's see what other kind of mistake I made. Now what is it saying? Still crashing on line 120. Visualize. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna let's try this again. Imagine if this guy was doing it to someone with a family struggling to eat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It's not okay to steal someone's food. You don't know what situation they're in. They might just have a little extra bucks and they just want to like, I can finally eat out after like a month of not being able to eat out. I finally have some extra money to spend on eating out. And here you are like ruining it for them, man. That's terrible. Something's causing this thing to crash constantly. It's crashing on line 118. I gotta figure out what's causing it to crash. Save recorded time. World, get world. If this is not valid, oh, telling you, I'm making bad mistakes, man. Jeez, it should be an or right here. Oh my gosh, I think I'm gonna call it because I'm making some pretty bad mistakes that I wouldn't make if I was fresh. Right? But if I can visualize this on the screen, I'm gonna call it because there's no way I'm continuing like this. I don't feel tired, but at the same time, it's like these mistakes shouldn't be made, right? It's not like syntax errors. Like, I'm forgetting to check pointers and stuff. It's not good. Is my brain fried? Bro, I don't feel tired. That's the thing. I don't feel tired, but I'm making these mistakes like I am tired. So I think that is the case. I think my brain is like tired, but since I'm enjoying what I'm doing, I don't feel it. I mean, I started like it's almost 8 hours of straight working on this crap, so I don't feel tired, but I must be tired. You know, it shouldn't crash now. Okay, it crashed. So let's see what mistake I made. It's still crashing on line 120. So let's see what's on line 120. This is on line 120. I'm gonna comment this out and see if it's still gonna crash. Right. If this is valid, if this is not valid, or this is not valid, return. That makes sense. Then we're checking. If this is valid, only then continue. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay, so this is fine. We're checking all these. Make sure these pointers are valid before continuing. So line 120 is this. So we're getting the U world pointer, world. We're initializing it with get world. Checking if world is valid. If world is valid, we're getting the for loop. Right. And we're accessing this map. And we're passing it here. Oh my gosh, I see where I went wrong, bro. Oh yeah, I'm getting off after this. This should not be box extent. This should be location. And this should be box extent. I'm just finding mistake after mistake, man. Oh gosh, this should be extent, right? If we check the input parameters, even if this wasn't causing it to crash, this was still an error. We're passing in the world, the center, right? The extent, the F color was persistent. The lifetime, and that's it. Oh, I need to pass in the rotation as well. See, look at that. Just making stupid mistakes, man. Let's go here and get the box rotation. What's next? So location, extent, rotation. Extent, rotation. Wait, hold up. The center, the extent, the rotation, the F color. It was persistent. Lifetime. That's it. Yeah. But it's saying I'm missing something. Oh, this. Wait a minute. No, that needs to be there. It's saying I'm missing something. Let me refresh the music. No instance of. Alright, so I missed something. Right, passing in the world. Passing in the world, or passing in an F vector, which is the location. F vector, which is the extent. F quad. Oh, okay, this is what I messed up. This needs to be F Q U A T. There we go. Jeez, man. And I'm just gonna comment this out to see if it crashes before I try it without the new patch. But I just did see if it crashes. Still gonna crash. Okay, so it's still crashing. 118. This is 118. Hold on. If I copy, if I go to find and then okay, I'm just making sure that. So it's crashing here now. Let's see what mistake I made. 118 is this function. So we're getting the world, get world, saying if owning player character is not valid or world is not valid, then return. Let me just comment out these two and see where it crashes next. Still, I want to check this. If we get this far, we know the world is valid, so we're initializing this time with world get time seconds. We're entering this for loop, accessing owning player character. We know it's valid, right? Accessing the box map, and we're passing in that right here. When we enter this check, we're checking to see if the value of this box map reference that's passed in from here, that value is valid. If it is valid, then we're accessing the key of the, we're accessing art recorded history information, accessing the map within the structure, indexing the key of what we're currently iterating, and we're accessing the box location, right? And we're setting this box location of this within this structure to equal this box component map reference, the value of it, which is a pointer, location, rotation, unscaled box extent. Okay, all makes sense. I don't see why it should crash right here. Yet again, I probably made a mistake that I'm not looking at, that I can't see because maybe I'm too tired, right? Because I don't see any mistakes even. Yeah, I don't see any mistakes, so let's see. No worries, we all need periods of rest. Yeah, no doubt, man. Okay, so it's not crashing right now. Yeah, that's good. It's not crashing. Let me remove that that crap from the tick. Oh wow, it's valid now. See, now the pointers are valid. They weren't valid before. I just had to rebuild it. Now they're being printed, which means this is being called. And since this is being called, we know that this is being called. And this is where it's crashing. Save recorded history information for this tick. Passing this in. Why is it crashing here? Let me see. This is only in scope within this if check. Right? We're passing it in here. We're getting the world. Get world. First we're initializing this variable. And we're saying if this is not valid or this is not valid, return. So if either one of them is not valid, return. Then we're setting this time equal to world get time seconds. This is a double. Time of record is a float. I think this is why it's crashing. Okay, let me try changing that. This should be a float. Double. Right. That might be a mistake. And let me go up here. And let me change these to doubles. And let me change these to doubles as well. And that should, I can't think of anything else. Let's see if this will fix it. Right. So I'm gonna uncomment this as well, and I'm just gonna have faith that it's fixed. It crashed because it still crashed on line 118, and it says 47 and 119. What's line 47? This is crashed right here. Oh, 47 is right here, right? Let me remove this and see if this works. I'm gonna rebuild it. Man, the mistakes I'm making is terrible. Sheesh. That was a good session today though. Did quite a bit. Got the timer set and at least started server-side rewind. So I'll definitely complete it tomorrow. Or at least tomorrow will be like 2/3 of the way complete, I'm assuming, by the end of the session. So let's try this. It's crashing on line 47. I don't know why it's crashing on line 47. Okay, let's see what crash error I'm gonna get this time. It says, okay, still the same lines. Assertion failed. Pair does not equal null pointer. Assertion failed. Pair does not equal null pointer. I'm checking a recorded history. The num is less than or equal to 1, right? Which means it's 0 or 1. Then if that's the case, then I'm adding this, right? But this isn't even the line that's crashing. So saying it's crashing on line 118. 118 is right here, right? So it's crashing here. It says pair does not equal null pointer. Pair does not equal null pointer. What does that mean? Box component pointers. Let me put auto right here. See if it's crashing in this function. So whatever mistake I made is in this function here. Const auto reference. Let's try this. It's saying pair does not equal null pointer. I'm not checking to see if they're null. Right? So pair does not equal null pointer. What does that mean? Okay, let me build and see what's going on. Okay, it's still crashing. Pair doesn't. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go line by line. Just comment this out, and let's just try this. Let's see if it crashes here. If it crashes here, then something's wrong with this pointer. Can't wait till I figure this out. Be like, oh gosh, that was a problem, bro. You overlooked that. Get off the computer, man. Oh gosh. Alright, let's see what if it crashes. It shouldn't crash right now. Okay. So it didn't crash. Good. Good. Did not crash. So the problem is right here. Let's gonna go in the for loop and see if it crashes. Okay, so the problem's inside the for loop. Okay. Let me go back to this syntax. Wait. Let me actually return that because that's not the problem. And the problems in here. So let me comment this out and see if this is valid. If it crashes right here. Actually, no. I want to print something if it gets in there. So I'm gonna print this. And I'll know we're in the for loop because this will be printed on the screen. But I made a whole bunch of other mistakes that I overlooked. Gosh. Let's press play. Okay, we're in the for loop, right? So nothing bad's happening. So the problems is this crap right here. Let's check what's going on. So I could probably word this better so it's easier to look at and read, because I was confusing myself when I was writing this. So we're accessing this box information, right? And within this box information, we're accessing. Wait a minute. We're accessing. Where is it? F recorded history information. F recorded history information is right here, and then we're accessing this T map, which includes an F name and an F box information, right? So we're accessing this, then we're accessing that recorded history information map, and within this map, we're accessing the key, right, of what we're getting from the character. So I gotta make sure they have the same names. I think that's where I messed up. Let me make sure they have. Hold on, let me see. This map, which is right here, takes F names. So we're gonna put F names in here. So let me go to. So we're gonna get this F name and put it in the other map. Right, so we're accessing this map within this. Right, indexing this key. Oh, okay, I see. Instead of doing all this, I think this is where I messed up. I'm so stupid. Let me cut this out, and we want to get the value of this map. No. If we get the value of this map, then let me do this. This gives us a key. This will give us the value of this map, which is passing in the key. We're getting this back. This makes sense actually. And then we're setting this, but then this value that we're getting back, we're setting this, the value within, we're getting a value from this map, from this struct, which is right here. I'm getting this right here. I think maybe it's because I didn't put U property. I don't know if that's why. Surely that's not why. I'll be really surprised if this is what's causing the crash. So what I'm gonna do, is comment out the rest of this and just work with one line, because something nuts is going on. From what I'm looking at it, the code makes sense, but when I press play, the engine's like, nope. It's like, nope. Crash to line 116. Yeah, it's crashing right here. We're actually in the box location and we're setting it to, I don't get it. Why is it not letting me set it? This makes no sense. It's not letting me set it. Hold on, what is this? I just saw something weird. I saw something very weird. Yeah, what is this? You know what I'm gonna do is, okay, I'm going to, let me try this. I'm gonna create a local struct, right? And I'm gonna call this recorded history information. And then I'm gonna say recorded history information. And I'm gonna get from this struct, I wanna get the other struct, or the T map rather. And then with this map, I'm gonna access, I'm gonna just do this. Hold on. This gives me the map. So I want to access this key, right? I'm gonna say this key within this map equals this, and I'm gonna see if this crashes. So this is a local structure, and then if this works, then I'll just do this the same thing for the rest of these, and then I'll pass in this structure to this. I'll say this equals this, because I don't know why it's not letting me assign it. Hold on now, what is that? All right, and you put dot location, so it gives me the key, and I need to put dot location, right, equals this. And I'm gonna take out these U properties because these are not the problem. And I'm gonna compile it real quick. Do you have advice on how to not get frustrated, or just in general keep your patience? I have advice on how to keep my patience, not get frustrated. Oh man. Do I have advice for that? I don't, except for pray, man. Because when I'm frustrated, like, that's all I do. Everyone gets frustrated. This is how you deal with the frustration, right? Because you like, when you get frustrated, it's not like you're gonna foresee yourself getting frustrated. You might foresee like, okay, I think this is gonna I think what is about to happen is gonna frustrate me. I think what's about to happen, if it happens this way, it's gonna frustrate me, and you can kind of foresee it, and you can prepare for like to not to like you can prepare to not get frustrated in this instance. But then if something unexpected happens that you're not foreseeing at all, that you're not even thinking about, or if you've been waiting for a long time for something and nothing's like happening, it's not going your way, then the frustration can just happen, right? And it's not like you foresee it. You just like, dang man, I've been like blah blah blah, been waiting for a long time, or you've been working at something for a long time, and one moment you just get frustrated, right? Like you don't plan on it, you don't foresee it, nothing. It just comes out of the blue, right? There's nothing you can really do to prevent that. You can only all you can do is control how you handle the frustration, and I handle it through prayer, man. Like, cause there's nothing else for me to do except for like be depressed. Be depressed because the frustration, I can't do anything about it, or be depressed, be sad, but that's not gonna solve anything, right? And I already can't do anything about it. That's why I'm frustrated, or I'm trying to do something about it, but nothing's going my way. So when it's at that point, I just pray, man, and it helps. Sometimes I get hope. Sometimes the Lord helps me out. Most of the time, or some other times, I'm just left to deal with this frustration on my own. Not on my own, but like just myself and prayer, right? So, and eventually it gets better, but life is just full of frustrations, man. So you're always gonna get frustrated. That's normal, but it's how you handle it, right? That really counts. It's like getting angry. Like, you're gonna get angry, but it's how you handle that anger that matters, right? You seem like a pretty patient person, honestly. Man, thanks. I wish. When it's just me and I'm alone and it's just me and God, I don't think I'm patient. I'm pretty frustrated and impatient. And God knows the heart, and I know my heart. So like, I know when I'm frustrated internally, and it's just I can be complaining internally in my head, and it can just be unknown to like the outside world. But internally, I know I'm frustrated, and God knows I'm frustrated. So I wish I was patient. I need to be more patient, because life is so full of frustrations and so full of just things that will just throw you way off, and they'll easily get you triggered, get you angry, and it's easy just to go off the loose end. But yeah, I just think about like getting angry and getting frustrated, like releasing that energy, like from your body, like from yourself. That never felt good to me. Like yelling, or like yelling, or getting violent, or doing something from the in result of the frustration, except for like crying, crying to God for help. It never felt good. It makes me feel worse. Yeah, great skill to have. You need to work on it. I need to work on it too, man. I'm always working on it. Trust me. You're not alone. I'm working on it right now. I'm pretty frustrated that this crap keeps crashing. And I don't know what's causing it to crash, right? So you are definitely not alone, because this crap is. I'm frustrated. I might not show it, but just like I just want to figure it out, right? You know what I'm gonna do instead of this? It's crashing right here, man. Like I don't know what's causing this crap to crash. It's pissing me off. See, I'm getting frustrated now, man. Like we all get frustrated. I've been frustrated, but now it's like I don't know what the heck is causing this thing to crash. Because this line right here, I'm accessing. This is a new. This is a new initialized structure, right? Wait a minute, let me check. Because it's there's nothing wrong with the structure, because I'm accessing it. I'm accessing this out here, and I'm accessing the time, and I'm setting it equal. So there's nothing wrong with the structure. I don't need to like declare a new one, because I'm literally using it right here, right? So like, what is the problem, man? Let's see. I'm accessing the same structure right here. Recorded history information. I'm gonna let me comment this out. I just put a colon right there and see if it crashes. I want to see where it's crashing on this line, and I just don't get it. I think it's something really simple, and I'm just kind of like tired right now, so it's like I'm overlooking it. But I'm not assigning anything here. I'm just accessing this map that I'm passing in by reference. I mean this structure. I'm accessing the map within the structure. And I'm using this key pair. This key. Alright, this returns the pointer. Oh, hold on a minute. Wait, this returns not a pointer. This returns. This is the key. Why is it like this? I think this is, look, it says there's an error. Tmap. I think this is the problem right here. Why does it say error? Hold on. If I go to... Why does it say error? What? That is weird. It says error right here. This is the problem. But why does it say error, right? It's a tmap, and I'm pairing an f name to a ubox component. So I think it needs a uprop. No, this has a uproperty. What the hell? Hold on a second. Excuse my language. Why does it say error? This makes no sense. Okay, there's no error right now. And okay, now there's no error. Fbox. Yeah, so Okay, now there's no error. What was that? So strange. Let's see if I okay, so I'm gonna compile this because I'm pretty sure that let's see if it crashes. If it crashes right here, then I don't know. Okay, so it's crashing right here, and I didn't assign anything to anything. It just crashed. So accessing this value, let me, I think there's a problem with my syntax, right? And I can't tell what it is, so I'm gonna like just bit by bit keep commenting out sections of it to figure out where it's crashing. If it doesn't crash right here, then we know the problem is somewhere right here. EO? Yeah. Is that what the guy's saying on the music? Let's see. Okay. So it's not crashing right now. So we know the problem is somewhere right here. Right? It's somewhere right here. So we're accessing outbox history information, that recorded history information map. So we're accessing the map. We're accessing this map. And I think what I'm doing wrong, and I feel pretty stupid if this is what's going on. I'm accessing the key, and I should be accessing the value. Oh god, if this is it, I'm gonna be so sad. I'm truly sorry. And this gives me the what? It's a U-box component pointer. All right. This is the pointer that we're getting from here. But we're accessing this key. Let me start the music again. Oh, wow. I'm so stupid, bro. I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. I'm such a fool. Oh my gosh. This map is empty, man. I'm trying to access something in it that's not even there. God dang it. This map is empty. I mean, this whole structure is empty. It's meant to, you're passing it something inside of this function from outside to be filled in with information. And right here, I'm accessing something that's not there. And I'm trying to assign something else to something that's not even there. Makes no sense why I did that. Instead of putting this, instead of indexing this, I should have put in place. Oh god. This is so bad. I should have put in place, right? What I want in place. Oh yeah, I'm so tired. For me to make a mistake like this is terrible. What I want in place is, right? I want to get this. I want to get the key. As well as Wait a minute. This map holds and box information, right? So I'm such a fool, man. Oh god. What I need to do is get this right here, create a local one, and we can call this box information, right? And within this box information, we're going to store the location, the rotation, and the scale, the location, rotation, and the box extent of what we pass in here. Yikes, this is terrible. Anyway, we're gonna say this box information, that location equals this, and then we're gonna do the same thing for the rotation and the box extent, right? Yeah, I'm truly tired. This is so bad. I'm making this such a bad mistake. And component rotation, right? And then right here, we're gonna get the box extent. Unscaled box extent, right? So we're storing all of this information within this Xbox, this Fbox component information. And we already stored the time within here. Now we need to store all this information within here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get this, right? And we're gonna get this map, and we're gonna place this key followed by this local box information that we just created, right? And we don't need this. Jeez. So saving the box location, rotation and scale, rotation and box extent inside this value, and we're putting all this inside of what we pass in here, inside of the map that's within the structure, and we're putting in the key. So we're pairing this location, rotation, and box extent to the key of the box that's passed in here. And I'm 100% sure it'll work now, so I'm gonna exit, comment that out, and I'm gonna read my notes that says access the key of this, which is passed in to this function. Actually, let me just access the key of this and set the value of the respective component, which is the recorded history map, right here, to be equal to the current values that the respective box component obtained by reference in this for loop. I don't know what this is called. Expression. As on the owning character. My goodness. Oh, wow. Yep. I am definitely getting off after this. Cause man, that mistake is terrible. That's just simple, like, that's simple logic that I'm just overlooking. Makes no sense. Nah, you're not a fool. We all make mistakes. LOL. Yeah, I was mocking the lyrics. Yeah, man. And you see now it works. So this is the frame information, right? And it's saving frame information for, and it also works like whatever I'm doing, it works like. So that's pretty long. Oh no, this is tick, right? So if we see like, if we want to view like how it will be saving in real time, like in the game, we can, right here, we can put the duration to 0.7, and we can visualize like how it would look like in game, not in game, but like how the server would see this when it's calling it. So it will save this much frame data. So like the end is how far in the past, like you'll how much lag, basically. That's the maximum amount of lag that will save. And I think that's still kind of too much. And like it saves everything, right? So even if I start crouching, you see, like it keeps the same like proportion as my body, right? So it's pretty neat. And let's try 0.4. Oh yeah, extreme is buffering. It's probably because this frame crap that I'm. Okay, let's see. Is it still buffering? Hopefully it's not buffering. Right? Is it still? Alright, it's not buffering. I think it's because of the gameplay. Let me see. Tell me if it's buffering. So I'm looking at the stream. It doesn't look like it's buffering, but this is the frame information that will be. All right, so it starts to buffer. I see it buffering a little bit. I see it lagging now. I see it. I know what the problem is. It's because I'm drawing these debug lines. So okay, but I hope you guys get the idea of server side rewind. It's lagging because what I can do is I could change it to like 0.1. So that it's like, you see, like it's drawing like debug lines in the let me restart this. So it's drawing like the debug squares, and the debug squares like represent my body, so that when I call like server side rewind, when I get a kill, or whenever anyone gets a kill and they call, hey server, I need you to rewind time and see if that kill was accurate, the server will shoot the bullet against one of these fake squares, right? And it is lagging because it's drawing like I see it lagging, so I don't think I could show it to you guys on stream. I'm gonna have to make a video on it because it's causing it to lag. So, but yeah, let me see. I'm gonna try walking and seeing if that will help. Maybe I think running is too much, because when you run, it's generating more frames, more history. It's recording more history, right? So, like when I walk, I want to see if it's gonna lag, and it's lagging when I'm walking. But I hope this gives you guys like an idea. Oh wait, I can try. Here, I'll put this quality all the way low, and let's see if this works. So I put the quality all the way low, and I want to see if this fixes it. Okay, it seems like low quality is good. Alright, so we're gonna stay on low quality when we're drawing these debug lines. Right? So like what we're seeing now is this is the frame history, right? So like when you die around a corner, when you're playing a game online and you run around a corner and then you die and you think you shouldn't have died, it's because of this implementation in the game, right? So the person that shot you sees like you see like how there's a trail of my body behind me. There's a trail of like where my body was. Like that's like my past self. Imagine like I'm leaving like a trail of history. And when you lag and you're seeing someone else on your screen, you're actually seeing their past self, right? You're not seeing their current self. So what you're shooting at is the past self, and then when the server confirms your hit, it's actually verifying that you hit the character where it was during that past self, during the time that you said you hit it, when that character that you hit was at the location, was at that actual location in the past, right? So like that's the best way I can explain it, guys. Like I'm kind of worn out. So I know this I've implemented it, this explanation. I've tried to explain it a lot, but just think of, all right, so like I'm gonna just explain it one last time. I'm gonna run and run behind that cover. When I'm behind that cover, you'll see my past self still out in the open, right? So when you get hit and you die around the cover, the person that killed you, hit the version of you that was in the past, right? So like right here, you see like there's a little moment of time when my character is still like not in cover while I'm still in cover. So there you go. See, that version of me that's not in cover is what the laggy player sees, right there. See, there's like moments of time when I can slow mo it. So look, I'm gonna slow mo it. I see I'm in cover, and we have all that history of me not in cover. And when you die and you're not in cover, that's what's getting hit. Alright, so that history that's not in cover, that's what's getting hit. That's what the laggy player sees. It sees you back there, right? And the server is like, okay, you were actually back there when that character hit you, so I'm gonna give that person the kill, or that person the damage points, right? And that's how you die around the corner. Because the server is like, yeah, you were actually there at that time, so you know, he did actually hit you, man. So you know, he's just lagging, but gotta give him the kill, you know. That's why this server side rewind is good for, like, it's good for players who have not laggy internet connection. But if you have laggy internet connection, actually it's really good for players who have laggy internet connection, but not so good for players who don't have laggy internet connection, right? Because when a player with good internet connection plays against a player with laggy internet connection, you have that problem of dying around the corner, right? So it should be I think it should be implemented. I said this towards the beginning of the stream. It should be implemented when, like, with specific weapons like snipers, because you know those take skill regardless of lag or not. And like if the network conditions are like are very well, then it should be implemented. Like if you have low ping, then it should be implemented. So it's that kind of like balance that you have to take into account, right? Of when to implement this and when not to implement it. So it's pretty it's a pretty like advanced like topic, or it's a really involved topic rather, and it takes a lot of like consideration to implement it, and on how to implement it rather. It takes a lot of consideration for the players. So I am gonna implement it in my game, but I think I'll leave it. How much frames is this that we're seeing right now? We're seeing like 0.7 seconds of lag history, right? So this is the most amount of lag that we'll see, that we'll be able to compensate for. Because I think I'll leave this. I think that's a good amount. Just because I know not everyone has the best internet, but at the same time I don't want to record too much history, because people with stupid lag with very poor internet will ruin their experience for those individuals with nice internet, right? So yeah, this is server side rewind, and the rest of the implementation is all code. But I just wanted to show you guys like what's really happening with server side rewind. And Auditor says you understand it personally. Heck yeah. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to reiterate everything, but to make sure that you guys really understand it. But if you understand it, then that's awesome. Thanks for letting me know. So yeah, that's server side rewind, and at least this is the visualization of it, right? After I get this fully implemented, I will make a quick build and stream it with a family member so you guys can see it in real time. See it like the dying around the corner effect. Even though I know you guys know what it is, so I probably won't make that stream. But yeah. So I think I'm gonna call the stream here because I made some stupid mistakes, guys. Because I'm pretty like tired. So Auditory, thanks for chilling with me, man. Thanks for stopping by and chilling with me and developing with me. I will develop again, most likely, if not tomorrow, then I'll definitely develop, you know, this weekend. Not this weekend, I'm sorry. Tomorrow is Thursday. I'll definitely develop on Friday, if not tomorrow. And get the server-side rewind looking nice and implement it into the game so we can move on and implement grenades, and then I can start working on the bugs and finally get a build out for you guys to play test. So I'm really looking forward to it. I think it would be really fun to play test with you guys personally. So heck yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. Definitely, that is definitely the goal. You see, like it really comes in handy, like with like parkour and stuff. But you see, like it's getting all that information down, and yep, it's not really no limitation to it. So yeah, I just really happy I understand how to implement it. Yes. Auditory says you've been at it for 8 hours. Like holy man. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna get off. I'll stop by tomorrow too. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, I always appreciate your company. Thanks for stopping by and being a joy to conversate with. It's always nice talking to you, man. And blessings on your chat algorithm, your chat bot, right? So I'm working on this and you're working on that. So let's both make some successful apps, man. I'm just running around testing this, make sure like I don't get any random crashes somewhere. And it seems like it's running right. Alrighty. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Auditory. So satisfying to watch you parkour around the map. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's been a long journey of making this system. So I'm happy to read that from you. Hopefully when you guys play the game, you guys will feel the same way, right? I'm not getting any random crashes, so I think it's good. I can call it a success. And of course this will only be, I am playing on the server now, so that's why you don't see any clients around, because the server will be the only one doing this, but it'll be doing this for all the characters, right? All the characters in the game will be doing the server side rewind. Like you won't be able to see like these like history boxes, but you'll be able to, it'll be going on in the background. So that's why you just see me play testing it, because I'm not, when the play tests are going on, they're not gonna be on dedicated servers at first. Like someone's gonna have to host, right? So someone's computer is gonna have to be doing this for everybody's computer, or everybody's player that's connected to the host. So it's working fine on my screen with one character right now. We saw that it was lagging the stream, but on my end it was fine. So I'm very curious to see how it works with like other people's computers. But ultimately the game's gonna be on a dedicated server, so I don't have to worry about the processing on a dedicated server, because it'll be happening on the server. It's not gonna be like people are sending their information to the server for this to happen. Like the server will be doing this on its own local end, right? So in the end result, it'll work out perfectly. But while we play test, I might turn it off if people aren't able to host. My computer isn't too beefy, it's not too powerful, but it's not like stupid old. It's like 3 years old. So, and my specs are alright, but I know not everybody has nice specs. So really looking forward to getting your feedback. But yeah, it looks like everything's going well right now. No lags. If my quality settings is low, and I gotta work on the rolls, but yeah, I don't see any problems. So thanks for stopping by, guys. Auditory says no problem, thank you. Oh yeah, I already read that. Alright, so I'm gonna call it. I think today was a successful stream, and that's the beginning of server side rewind for you guys. So we all learned something new. I learned to not code for 8 hours without breaks, otherwise I'll make stupid mistakes. And hopefully you guys learned something about server side rewind. So thank you guys. Peace out, Audio Torre. You all drink plenty of water, get plenty of rest. Don't forget, all the praise and glory be to the Father, God, Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen, and amen, and amen. You learned you can't. Audio Torre says he learned he can't code for 8 hours. Yeah, it's definitely not. I don't think it's pretty wise to do this. I'm just really excited. I'm just excited that I was able to learn about server-side rewind. So I was really amped to like start coding it and start implementing it, right? So and I'm still really excited. It's just when you're excited about something, then it makes it that much easier to not take rests or breaks, right? Okay, let's see. What did I do today? Just gonna